a creative genius. You have the ability not just to change your own life with art, but change the whole world. My name is Ian Kadanak, and I run the website Conscious Writers Tribe. And this video is the first video in the Creative Genius series. And today we are going to be looking at The Artist's Way, A Spiritual Path to Higher Creativity by Julia Cameron. And what is The Artist's Way, and what is the Creative Genius series? The Creative Genius series and The Artist's Way is an attempt to create a system to help unleash and help nurture all of our creative geniuses. Each one of us is an artist. Maybe some of us are far along the path, and maybe some of us have never started or still thinking about starting. But all of us are artists somewhere. And what The Artist's Way is about it's a system to help blocked artists recover and start taking steps to creating more art and feeling and gaining a sense of self-esteem, because I'm sure you guys have heard the term blocked artists, writer's block, and all of us at some point are going to suffer that. Some people never even start because they've been blocked. They've been told all of these different things. And today in this video, and this book is a 12-week course. You can do it at any rate you want to, but it's meant to be a 12-week course. There's going to be a video every week. And in this video, I'm going to cover the introduction and its principles and week 1. So this is going to be a lot longer of a video because I'm going to have to explain some of the main staples of the program, which you're going to be doing all of the whole 12 weeks. So let's hop right into it. So one thing I'm going to be bringing up time and time again is the theories of Otto Rank. And Otto Rank is a psychoanalytical thinker, and he was part of the Vienna Circle and Sigmund Freud's personal secretary. Eventually, like Jung and Reich and others, he split from Freud. But Rank's main theory that he lays out in his book, Art and the Artist, is talking about how one of the ways to cure neurosis or help create the flow necessary to, build self-esteem is through art. And he gets into something, he theorizes that when we all of us experience trauma, and he has a great book called The Trauma of Birth, and he says that all of us at birth experience a trauma. But at some point in our life, we're going to experience trauma, either, breakups, death, whatever. And that trauma, when it hits us, is so crazy that our body blocks some of it. And to block it, it freezes. Our body, our spiritual level of our body freezes. And it freezes because it can't take any more input. So to block input, it freezes. But once the trauma is over with, you're still frozen at some level in your spiritual armor or physical armor even. And that needs to be unleashed. And Rank's theory was that through art we create the flow that will unfreeze the trauma. And that differs from Freud thought it was more sexual. Wilhelm Reich thought it was more in the body, that we need to get he was more with like the yogis and the Rolfers, and he said that we need to unleash the body to unleash the mind. And there's a million other theories, but this is Rank's theory, and this connects really well with the Artist's Way, and the principles of the Artist's Way. So I'd like to also, before we get into the book, talk about the importance of a system. Writers and artists usually think they're above systems. And art and writing are great places to just go off and go crazy and leave the systems. But we look at the Olympics and we look at athletes, no Olympian has never had a coach. No gold medalist has done it on their own. Everyone has a system and a coach, and it's meticulous. And yes, they're improvising within it. But at some point, they were following a strict system. And then maybe once they learned the system, they branched off. And if we look at writers, a lot of writers started the same way. A lot of postmodernists were influenced by the modernists and started writing in modern ways before they could branch off. And if we're talking about being blocked, let's talk about addiction. There's so many different systems out there to help addicts, and the studies show that addicts who follow a certain system are a lot more successful than people who are just have no support, no system, and they're just freeballing it. So following a system for creative recovery is important, and this is one of the many systems we are going to be covering in the Creative Genius series. And I like Julia Cameron's system, and we're covering it first because I've done it completely 2.5 times, and I'm starting it again. I'm going to be doing it with you guys. And what's cool about Julia Cameron's system is that it hits all levels. It talks about one gets you writing and gets the flow, that flow happening automatically, but it also confronts limiting beliefs, dream killers, past trauma, the wrong type of input in your life. There's a million. It covers a lot of the bases, and she does it in a really clever way. And she's helped, probably at this point, millions of people through this book and her workshops. And a lot of us need to deprogram our mind. We have been programmed to think that being an artist is bad or that we're not good enough. There's a million limiting beliefs that we're going to discuss even today that are holding us back. And our society does not support the artist. It does not support great thinkers and great artists. Society wants us to be little. A great book, talking about the Vienna Circle, is Listen, Little Man by Wilhelm Reich, which I will be reviewing in the next day or two because it coincides with this so much and talks about the creative genius. Some of us feel guilty at the level of in a religious sense that we shouldn't be creating art because it's an easy way out, that we don't deserve to be artists, that we don't deserve to even if we're not full-time artists, even to create. There's some inner form of shaming, and this program is going to help bring a lot of that out. And just remember that one piece of art could not just change your life and unfreeze a part of yourself that's really putting you down, but it could change millions of lives if you put it out there. Some people who were look at Emily Dickinson. No one even knew who she was. We have a fly. We're going to have maybe some insect problems along the way, but that's okay. Think of Emily Dickinson. Look how great her poetry is, but no one even knew who she was, but she kept writing and writing and writing, and her work has not just influenced my life and probably your life, but a lot of the whole world at a global level. So one of the main tenets, and let's actually go to the very first line in the book. This is, I think, really important. I always like to read the first line in any book I review because, it's the first line. These are the first two sentences. For most of us, the idea that the Creator encourages creativity is a radical thought. We tend to think, or at least fear, that creative dreams are egotistical, something that God wouldn't improve for us. And Julia Cameron is using God and energy and a lot of stuff in this book. And a lot of people get turned off by the word God. And I'm fine with the word God, but I believe in a genderless primal cosmic energy that permeates everything. I'm not religious. I would call it spiritual. And that's the context I'm going to be taking with a lot of this. And I think that's what she's taking, but she's bringing in the word God, which I know if that turns you off, take whatever context you want. And it's going to be important. And for a lot of people creating, I think it is important to at least have some connection with the creative energy. Even if you're an atheist, there is some form of creative energy, and being able to tap into that and seeing yourself as a part of that is a really cool thing. So the main thing, the main tenet and principle, the thing you're supposed to do every single day for 12 weeks in the Artist Way program for spiritual recovery and creative recovery, so nice out here, is the morning pages. And what are the morning pages? The morning pages is journaling basically, but it's waking up every single day, rolling out of bed, and within a few minutes sitting down and journaling 3 pages. And a lot of people, and we're like, what do you mean 3 pages? That's up to you. You try to figure it out. There's so many different questions that we'll just get out of the way right now. Should you type it or write with your hand? I would say write with your hand, at least for the first 12 weeks, like longhand, because you get a different feel. It helps you get into a certain flow and access certain things. But if you want to type it, that's fine. I would say at least be trying to hit 1,000 words a day, in this time. You can type 1,000 words if you're flowing really fast. And what are you supposed to write about? What are the morning pages? What are you supposed to write about? Anything. You're supposed to be releasing your thoughts, because this program makes sure you're creating flow no matter what every single day, no matter what when you start your day, you are breaking up that frozen artist within. And that's really important because that gets the day going perfectly. A lot of us think, and I think this hurts a lot of people, even outside of art, that if you thinking something means that you're processing it. Oh, if I'm thinking about being blocked, I'm thinking about doing something. But I feel that until you actualize it in reality by saying it or writing it, you haven't tapped into that energy yet. You haven't actualized it in reality. When you put it down on paper, you're sending a message and vibrations to reality that this is important. And once you see it on the page, it's totally different. Once you're writing something and you're talking about a time that you were getting bullied or something, you see it on the page, it brings back those emotions. You have to confront it, and you're in that flow state. And you're telling the story and you're making it concrete. And that is very important. Issues that you forgot about, that you are repressing and that you ignored, are pulled out onto the page. And there are infinite possibilities about what you write. There's so much that you can be writing and doing within the morning pages. I mean, I have looked back at the ones I wrote 3 years ago, and they're insane. I mean, some of the stuff I was going through, it's so silly, but at the same time, I could see where my head was at. And because you have to write 3 pages, but at the end of about a page and a half, you just start writing anything. You're just going crazy, and you're writing, and then that last page, though, is when sometimes some of the most golden stuff comes out, because you just start letting loose. I mean, that's when the deep thoughts come out, the stuff that you're repressing and you don't want to write about, because you just got to think of something like, what's nagging me? What can I write about? And the morning pages protect you as an artist because you're writing them without judgment, because no one's going to see them. You shouldn't show these to anybody ever. You are writing these, and your inner critic is not even going to be there, because you're just writing for fun. You're just writing. And this program is not just for writers, but it's for artists of all types. Engineers, architects, painters, anybody. I think anybody will benefit from this program, because your inner critic is not there. It doesn't matter if you can spell right or have good grammar. You're just putting thoughts on the page, and that's really important. So that's the main gist of the artist pages. And I should have mentioned that, if you don't want to buy the book, this book is available online for free in places unknown, but everyone should learn how to get books for free, wink, wink, because it's just a skill that you need if you're trying to make an impact intellectually in your own life, because you should check out books before you buy them. Like, I checked this book out, then I bought it because I really wanted the print version. Wink, wink, anything is free on the internet. So if you're on the fence, you don't need to, I don't know how much this costs. I'm sure it's $15 or $20. If you're on the fence, do that method. The second main principle, and there's only 2, is the artist date, which is one day every week you go out and you do something for yourself. You go out and you go out into nature, or you go see a movie by yourself. You go out to your favorite restaurant. There's a million different things you can do, but you take yourself on a date for the main purpose of nurturing your artist and saying, this is going to help me become a better artist. I am doing this for myself. And a lot of us are in this mode of self-sacrifice. We have kids, boyfriends, girlfriends, significant others, whatever. And we think that we need to help, that we need to work and do this, and we don't nurture ourselves. We don't think that our reality and our lives are important. But before you can help others, you have to help yourself and have a firm alignment within yourself. That is so important, because if you don't, once your power starts increasing, or once your visibility in the world in whatever sense increases, there's going to be corruptions within it, and you want to mitigate those as much as you can before that happens. Like, you see celebrities and all these people who have all these problems because they're amplified. And as you move forward in life, you need to understand that you need to be aligned and in control of your emotions and your body before you take the next step. So let's hop into the text and read some of the principles. So Julia Cameron has some principles and some affirmations in the book, which I think are really important. And a lot of people are going to cringe at these. These are not easy the first time through to read some of these. I have some of these in my room, and sometimes people walk in there and they kind of give me this look like, What the hell is this, Ian? Uh-oh. We've lost the page, everyone. Uh-oh. Here it is. Nope. Okay, everyone. Here we are. Let's read the first one. Creativity is the natural order of life. Life is energy, pure creative energy. Okay. You know, if you want to take the super objective route and argue, then go somewhere else. If you want to be a hardcore atheist, this isn't the place. Because even if you are an atheist, you have to be able to see the creative energy around you. Everything is creation. Even if there is no all-powerful God or energy out there, there's creation in the world, and being able to look at that and see yourself as also as a creative being in some sense with an imagination. And that's what makes humans different, is that we have an imagination, and within that imagination we have unlimited potential. And I'm really into the philosophies of the German idealists such as Schelling, and that's what his whole philosophy is based on, is that we're basically a byproduct of nature, that there's never been a mind separated from a body before. We've never found a mind that didn't have a body, right? Think about it. Where do our thoughts come from? They come from our mind. Thoughts come from the mind, and our mind comes from the body. And where does our body come from? It comes from nature. It comes from the natural creative energy of life. So we are connected to creativity at some level. For all you objective people out there, there's the answer, right? And if you want to take a more spiritual route, that we're mimicking the creative energy at some sense. Have some axiomatic energy in us of the creator or of the primal cosmic energy, and our natural order is creativity. And I think that's what Cameron's trying to say here. Let's see. Let's go to another one. We are ourselves creations, and we, in turn, are meant to continue creativity by being creative ourselves. That's, hopping on the point I just said. We are creations at some level, and by creating, we are giving back to that creative force. You guys get the point. It is safe to open ourselves up to greater and greater creativity. Most of us, at some point, don't feel safe within our art, and that's something we're going to talk about in a few minutes, that we don't feel safe. And that's what a lot of this program is, because there's so many excuses, so many limiting beliefs behind all this, and we don't listen to our creative source, because at some level we're not in control of our creativity. I write stories sometimes, and they're crazy. I write some crazy stories sometimes, and probably people will hate me for them, right? But I don't care. People will be like, oh, it's this and it's that. But it's not me necessarily. I'm getting in that flow state and just putting what's out there. I mean, putting what's inside me out and actualizing it into the world. So if you guys can read these principles, the 10 principles, you guys get the gist. So let's hop into week 1 and some of the theory behind week 1. Sorry, everyone, my foot's asleep right now, so there's that. Okay, this is really cool. The first thing that Cameron says in chapter 1, which is recovering a sense of safety, the first title is shadow artists. And a lot of us, anyone that isn't producing art right now is a shadow artist, because all of us are artists. So anyone who's not doing it is not taking the necessary steps to come out of the shadows. I've heard so many people say, I want to write, I have one good novel in me, or I want to be a painter one day. When I'm retired, or I don't have enough time. There's a million excuses which we will go over in this program. But They are artists in the shadows. And the first thing that Cameron goes over is that our artists need support. And what this program is, by following the morning pages and doing the exercises at the end and learning some of this stuff, is that we're creating a self-supporting system, first of all. Because if we're in a bad situation, if we, have negative family, negative friends, negative significant others, or negative self-talk, it's going to bring us down. And you can't be aligned and create great art that represents your personal mission if you don't have that support. And once you find that alignment, those who aren't supporting you will fall out of your life because the energy is not going to match up anymore. You're not going to tolerate it. And you'll find more supportive people. More supportive people eventually will come into your life. And we tolerate these things because of our limiting beliefs. And that's the next thing that Julia Cameron gets into. And let's just talk about this for 1 minute. You got to get the dream killers out of your life, everybody. Dream killers, the graveyard is the most wealthy place in the world because it's filled with the ideas that could have cured cancer, that could have created a new economic system that isn't capitalism or socialism. Every solution we've ever needed is in the graveyard inside a bunch of scared people who couldn't do it because for a lot of the reason, because they were surrounded by dream killers who were telling them, you can't do that, or you can't do that, honey. I mean, I know a woman, and she's a full-time artist now. She makes a lot of money. She helps a lot of people. She's doing great for herself. But for years, she had a boyfriend who told her that she sucked, and she wasn't going to do it. And then finally, some of her friends pulled her out, and I was like, I was her friend, but not a good friend. But some of her other friends who I was friends with pulled her out, and eventually she broke up with them, and then she just flourished. She was working at a retail store making $9 an hour when all this happened. And then immediately, within a few months, she was, full-time artist, realizing her dreams. But she was getting told she sucked, and she was believing it. You would have to force her to show you stuff, and she'd be making excuses like, oh, this sucks, this isn't very good. And it was so sad, and so sad, I don't want to cry on camera, but it's so sad that people, because I'm sure this has happened to you, this has happened to me, and we'll go over some of that in a little bit. And something that we all do is that we fall into shadow careers. And this is something that Cameron talks about after this, is that people default to similar careers that they're blocking. So writers will become professors. People who want to be a fiction author become a literature professor and write books about literature, but they never write a fiction book. I see this at my university all the time. There's all these people who claim to be authors and fiction writers, but they never write anything. They write one book a decade, one book every 15 years. They're blocked. They're not doing anything. Academia has slowed them down. Or I know a videographer who's really great. He's can make some crazy videos, but he does weddings. He just does weddings full time. He won't do anything else anymore because he just wants to make money and forget about it. He doesn't want to. One of the kids that he taught to do stuff with is out there filming music videos for rappers, like famous rappers, and making a lot of money and doing work. And that could have been him. But instead, he just decided, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put myself out there. I don't want to look weird. All the excuses. And if you're doing that, then you have to get out. For a long time, I wanted to be a teacher. But I realized that was just me trying to escape, trying to be a writer and a speaker and a movement coach. I was trying to cop out. I love teaching people, but I don't want to teach a bunch of high school students who don't care. That's not me. That's great for other people to do, but I'm going to realize my dreams, and so are you, because you are a creative genius, right? Word. So it's to start taking yourself seriously and taking risks, because to take a risk, to jump into the void, you need to have a high self-esteem, and this program's going to help you build that. But if you don't have that and you're feeling not confident, like I once was, like a lot of people were, you need to start looking into self-esteem stuff. Like I would recommend the work of Nathaniel Branden, the Pillars of Self-Esteem, The Psychology of Self-Esteem. A more modern author is Brene Brown. She's like got a few famous TED Talks. My favorite book of hers is The Gift of Imperfection. That's a great book. I would recommend that one. For all my spiritual people out there, I would pick up some rose quartz and meditate with rose quartz, visualizing your highest self and trying to align with that vibe. That's a great method that I do a lot if I'm feeling misaligned or feeling a little down in the dumps about myself. And if you let others talk down to you as an artist, you're going to become an artist who gets talked down to and is oppressed. And as dumb as that may sound and as logical that may sound, if you let that happen to you and you don't create boundaries and push those people back, you're going to become a person who is that. And if you saw that from an outside angle or on a movie, be like, oh, that person's not fulfilling their greatest potential. But that is a lot of us. We're dealing with crap. Hey, and we'll get into that in a second. Let's just keep moving forward. And something that I wrote here that's been a motto of mine for a little bit is artistic scarcity, or being blocked, is a blindness to opportunity. Let me repeat that again. Artistic scarcity is a blindness to opportunity. Let's refer back to my friend who was the painter. She was blind to the opportunity that was a month away, 2 months away. She was in her scarcity. There were so many opportunities all around her. There are so many opportunities that you could take up and be successful within a pretty short amount of time if you just took the leap, if you followed the white rabbit and went into the matrix. You are a creative genius. You have the ability sorry, I've already said that. But you are a creative genius. And one of the great lines that Julia Cameron says in chapter 1 is, creative recovery is like marathon training. This is an everyday thing, and it's not going to end. There's going to be a lot. It's like a roller coaster. There's going to be rhythms to this. And when you're finding yourself down in the dumps and not creating, you have to have a system, and that's what this is in place for. And many other systems that we're going to go over, or your personal system, to pull yourself out, because you have to keep creating. It's going to help you and others so much. This is your dream. This is your life, and you can do it. And if you're listening right now and you're feeling blocked, just make a comment in the comment section and say, I'm feeling blocked. I'm trying to get it together in whatever discipline. And other people, if you see a comment and say, you can do this. You have this. You're great. You can do this. Whatever you're doing, you have this. And let's, try to create some support in this series, because this is really important to wake up to. So let's talk about some negative and limiting beliefs. You are in control of your reality, simulation, or whatever you want to call it. So I have a quote right here. And a lot of us think that we create these ultimatums in our mind. Okay, we create these ultimatums in our mind. Like, if I was going to be an artist, if I took this risk, I'm going to be poor for the rest of my life. Or if I wrote what I really wanted to write, if I wanted to be an erotic writer or a romantic writer, I would never have a significant other, or no one would like me, or everyone would hate me. And we create these weird ultimatums, and that's not true. That's 100% not true, everybody. And it's not true. But we think that to have some success, there has to be a downside. And guess what? It really doesn't need to be like that. There are downsides in life, but you are the controller of your reality. And you can create the character and life you want if you follow a system, set goals, work hard, and keep persevering. And even if you don't make $1 million or sell 1 million books or become a famous artist, you're going to love your life and love yourself. And that's the whole point of this. And Julia Cameron lays out some of the main negative beliefs that we have. And let's go over them, because I hear them all the time when I, give people this shtick. Everyone will hate me. That's one that I'm dealing with right now, because, if I'm writing a story and it's a little controversial and I'm, slamming characters and, putting people, just writing a crazy story, people aren't going to like that. And I've experienced that, and people get offended. And a lot of my work isn't offensive, but if one comes out like that, I'm releasing it. And If those people hate you because of something you wrote and something that you were trying to be creative with, then screw them anyway. Fuck them. Who cares, right? The wind's coming up right now because it's saying you have to create. And before you can become a great artist, you have to know that and understand that it doesn't matter if anyone ever understands your work. All that matters is that you're putting it out there and trying and representing yourself and your purpose. And once you get over that fear, then you'll make leaps and bounds. That's at least what I felt. Here's one. I will go crazy. Well, if you're not already crazy in terms of what's normal in society, then you're doing something kind of wrong, because what's normal in society is kind of crazy. Being normal and, drugging yourself with whatever toxic substance, watching media that's empty, living relationships that are empty, working jobs that you hate, that's kind of crazy. But nurturing your artists and putting out your vision to the world, that's not crazy, even if it is quote unquote crazy. I don't have good enough ideas. Well, if you don't have good enough ideas, you need to learn to tap into your imagination through things like the morning pages, because the imagination is limitless. You can achieve whatever you want within your imagination. Number 8, I've said this before, I'm sure a lot of people have, I will have to be alone. We have this vision of the artist. We think of Immanuel Kant or Franz Kafka or Nietzsche, a lot of Proust, who are these, celibate type authors who just are in the office all day writing and no one likes them. Thoreau, and it doesn't need to be like that. Your art should make you happy. It should make you more social. You should want to share it. It's fun. And some people may hate you, but some people will love you for it. And the people that love you, that means you'll never have to be alone. And that's something else. Like, if you're an artist and you're struggling with that, you should learn some social skills. You should read some books, take some courses, follow some programs, go out and practice in the world and overcome that. It's a skill. It's not a genetic reality, everybody. And I know that because I've overcome social anxiety, or whatever you want to call it. 11, I will do bad work and not know it and look like a fool. And this is on page 31, everybody. At the start, your art is going to be bad. But if you went snowboarding, you've never snowboarded before, you're going to suck at it. But it's about the progression. It's about showing up and making that progress and having fun. And being bad doesn't matter. Great authors write bad stuff all the time. Some of my favorite authors have released novels. I'm like, this sucks. But that doesn't matter. I still love them. It's still fun. Being a creative writing student, I've read a million terrible stories. I've made my workshops read a million my terrible stories. But it's still fun, and we have a good time. And if you're around a good group of people who are non-judgmental, then who cares? And if someone online says, "You suck, that was terrible," then, who cares? Number 13, I will never have any real money. Then you don't realize how much money is in the game. There are billions of dollars in each industry. There's billions of dollars to be made in writing, billions of dollars to be made in art, and in any discipline. There are billions of dollars that are spent every single year on these things. Multi-billion-dollar industries every single year, and all you have to do is tap into that. All you have to do is work hard, and it will work. My lover will leave me. Well, if your lover doesn't support your art, you should be leaving them anyway. And that comes back to the dream killer thing. I've been in that situation before. I'm sure maybe some of you have or are in right now. And let me just tell you, you have my permission to get out of there. If someone doesn't support your art in its full capacity, it's time to go, because someone else will, and they will appreciate you, because your art is a facet of yourself. And if art really does help you become a better human being and realize your full potential, and you're not allowed to do it, and that other person won't let you, it doesn't matter what they've experienced or what they're going through. It's time to get out. It's time to say to them, it's either that I can create art or I'm leaving. I know this is a little off topic, but this is so important, because doesn't matter if you're male, female, non-binary. So many people have been brought down by their significant other, not letting them just put themselves out there and do it for whatever reason. Who knows what the reason is, but don't get caught up in that, or you are going to be miserable, because an artist who has realized himself or realized their potential and they never do it will be miserable. I've been in that situation before, and I don't recommend it. Cool. So that's some of the naming the main limiting beliefs. And Julia Cameron really believes in affirmations, and affirmations are the axiomatic root of reprogramming yourself as an artist. Once again, thinking them is not enough. You need to state these affirmations out loud to the world, everybody. Analyze your objections when you go over your affirmations. When you say, I am a creative genius who can change the world, and then in your head it says, no, you're not. You're just some kid out in the desert right now recording a video. No one cares. And then you're like, wait. No, I'm not. I'm making progress. I'm trying. I can do it. But saying it out loud helps you feel it out, or writing them out. And Julia Cameron, on page 37, provides some creative affirmations, such as, I am willing to create. That one's a really easy one. I am willing to create. That's in the future. That's in a act that has an action verb in it. Willing has a gerund in it. And it has create, another verb. I am willing to create. I am willing to learn to let myself create. I'm willing to let myself follow a program to create. And writing these out, saying these out loud, creating your own affirmations, or following the ones in the book are really important to unleashing your inner artist. And I have these hung up in my room. I have a lot of other affirmations. Like, I just hang these kind of up for fun. But you just need to be doing something. You need to have at least some affirmation, because here's something I'm going to repeat so much, but as a creative genius and in episode 1, this is so important. People want to talk about conspiracies. Conspiracy this, conspiracy that, conspiracy theorists. But the biggest conspiracy at all of anything, of all the conspiracies, is that every day when we go into the world, we see things that tell us to consume, that you're not good enough. You need this product to become whole. You go and people don't look you in the eye and talk to you. They don't even care about your existence. How many people in your in everyday life, unless you have a great support system and you're living in like a great life, how many people walk up to you and say, what are you doing? You're a great person. Good luck in your life. Good luck. Or you talk to someone, you say, yeah, I'm a writer. And they're like, wow, that's so awesome. You're going to be a great writer. You're going to be bigger than Stephen King. I believe in you. People say, oh, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to write? Anytime someone tells me something, I'm 100% positive, because everywhere we go, we're getting negative programming. And because of that, we need to use affirmations to fight the battle, to fight back. And just think about that. How much positivity in your daily life are you getting? How many people, or even in the media, how much media is telling you that you are beautiful, you are great just the way that you are, you should create and be an artist, and that you don't need to deal with people and jobs and stuff that you don't like, and that you don't need cars and clothes and houses or any of this, that you just need to try to help others and create. I never hear that. It's so rare if I hear that, even from some of my cool friends or cool teachers. They kind of say it in a half-assed way. So you have to do it yourself. You have to watch motivating videos and do it yourself. Shout out to my program, or to one of my other series, Motivation for Writers, every single Wednesday. Check it out, everybody. First episode coming out soon. So affirmations are really important. And, there's a lot of information. If you want to learn to set goals and do affirmations, the book Goals by Brian Tracy is like a super thorough analysis. And before we get into the ending exercises and conclude the video, let's talk about vibe. Let's get a little woo-woo going on in here. Let's talk about the vibe. What's your vibe? And vibe is so important, because when I say, like, one of my goals is to sell 100 of, I'm going to, release hopefully 2 or 3 books in 2019, and I'm trying to sell 100 books, not a large amount, in 2019. But I need to align with the vibe of a person who would be able to sell 100 books. I need to have that vibe. I need to visualize that person, being able to visualize that person. Or I need to think about one of my more lofty goals and be like, am I Do I really fit the vibe of a full-time writer who makes his living being a writer and speaker? And you need to recognize the differences between them, then start trying to make those vibes congruent. If I was a full-time writer and making my money writing, I'd be a lot more positive. I wouldn't be thinking in terms of competition. I'd be writing more freely and having more fun. So why not do that now? Why not be that writer right now? And making your vibes congruent through affirmations will help you. And for the context of the artist way, imagine yourself as an unblocked artist. Imagine yourself as an artist in whatever capacity or discipline you follow, who is creating all of the time. And that will, and then see that person and say, what is different? What are they doing? Are they waking up earlier? What's that vibe? Are they wearing this? What do they have new clothes? Are they wearing more ragged clothes? Do they not care about clothes anymore? What is it? And try to align with that vibe. And even if you can just align with that vibe for 1 second of being able to align and see that, you're taking a positive step toward your creative recovery. So let's go in. So at the end of each chapter, there are some exercises, and we'll just go over them real fast, and I'll maybe give you a few more ideas or just explain them if they seem, or if you're just following along, you're not even reading the book. Task 1 is just to write your morning pages every day. Important. You have to do it for 12 weeks. It'll make a huge difference. Task 2 is to take yourself on an artist date. We've gone over that. Exercise 3 is time travel. List 3 old enemies of your creative self-worth. And this is where you talk about people who've hurt you and have hurt you as an artist. And here's an example here's the one I have. I had this teacher, creative writing teacher, and this was back in high school. I was like not even a senior. I was like 15 or 16. I was a little bit crazy, But at the end of the semester, he pulled me aside and he said, Do you think you're the only person who reads books? Do you think you're the only person who writes? And he's like being super negative. He's like, writers don't make money. I have a PhD. I don't make any money. And just saying this stuff to me. And I was like, hey man, this is my dream. I want to work hard. I didn't say this to him. I just nodded my head and said, I'm going to go. And in class, I just put my head down, never looked at him, never listened to him again, because I realized. But the sunset's happening. This is so nice. But what I learned was that he was trying to bring me down and say, all these things. I was like, wait, I am the only person that I know like working this hard and who wants to be a writer. So yes, I am kind of different, sir. And situations like that. But at some level, that did hurt me. That did make me pissed off. That did it fucked with my head a little bit, just to be honest, like all these incidences do. So write down your 3 enemies and kind of write about what they did. And number 4 is to do this a little bit more. It's to explain one of these horror stories in more detail. I could explain that, or you can just write down in detail one of these stories. Number 5 is to write a letter to someone in your defense. Write a letter to one of your critics or to one of your future critics in defense and say, hell no, man, I am the shit. I'm going to do so good. I got this, right? That one's fun to do. Reverse. Now, the reverse one is to write a letter or to list the 3 people who've helped your creativity, 3 people who've supported you. I had another teacher who gave me books. He was just giving me books and telling me to write and reading my stuff. This is back in high school, and he really helped me. I've had a ton of people like this in university, but he really helped me. And number 7 is write a letter to one of these people who helped you. And I wrote that teacher, and I hadn't talked to him in 12 years. And we reconnected last year, and it was really cool, man. It was really cool. I actually mailed the letter to him. I actually found his address and mailed him the letter to the university he was working at. And you don't need to mail these letters, but it's an exercise. 8 is to rapid fire write 5 different lives that you would want to live. I think it would be really cool to be a professional skier and to be a guy that builds trails. And there's a bunch of other things, but Write down this exercise if you are wondering, because you probably already have done it or are going to do it. This is just to make you get out of the loop and to realize that you have an unlimited potential, that you can do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a director, if you want to be a writer, if you want to be a tribrid of 3 different creative professions and put them into one, you can do that. You don't need to limit yourself. You can be whatever you want to be at some level. Like, okay, maybe you can't go make the Olympics as a boxer, but you can be a boxer. You can go do an amateur fight with another person your age. I mean, there's a million things that you can do. Number 9 is to write down negative thoughts that come up throughout the week. Anytime you get a negative thought, write it down and, follow it. Analyze it. Try to reverse it and align with a better vibe. Say, my writing sucks, my grammar kind of sucks, and be like, wait, my editor can fix my grammar. My grammar is improving. Grammar isn't a part of creating a great story. It's a part of the end game. See? Just stuff like that. Number 10 is take a walk. And I'm doing this. This is what I'm about to do right now. I walked over here. It took me I'm in 20 minutes from the road. I'm probably going to take an hour walk right now and watch the sunset. And some of the greatest thinkers of all time, Kant, Nietzsche, Thoreau, who else do I have on here? The Chinese poets, nature poets, Gary Snyder, they all took walks and wrote and thought. And it's so important to take a walk as your artist state. It's so nice just to walk. That helps you get into the flow, and it's easy. Anyone can walk. Most people can walk, right? Most handicapped people can, at least get outside in some capacity and do some form of movement outside if you can't walk. So that's it for week 1. It was actually a little shorter than I thought. And over the next few weeks, I'm going to talk about and go into deeper detail. That's what I'm trying to do here into some of these things. Like Julie Cameron mentions dream killers and limiting beliefs, but I'm trying to expand on that and provide different resources and give you that power and give you that extra encouragement. Like, hey, drop those dream killers. If you become a great artist, you'll find people who love your stuff and love you for who you are. There's billions of people on the earth, people. So everyone, comment down below. If you like the video, comment down below what you're doing with your art, and I'll comment, and everyone else should comment and give you encouragement. Subscribe to the channel. Check out the website. You guys are all creative geniuses. Thank you for tuning in with me out here in the desert. I'm about to go watch a beautiful sunset. Have a great night. Hello everybody, this is Ian Kadanak from Conscious Writers Tribe, and today I am here to go over week number 2 in The Artist's Way, A Spiritual Path to Higher Creativity by Julia Cameron. And this is a 12-week series, and this is going to be a part of a larger program I'm calling the Creative Genius Series, where I explore how to tap in, how to unleash creativity, how to make it more not just accessible, but more disciplined and consistent. So let's hop right into week number 2. And week number 2 is titled Recovering a Sense of Identity. And if you remember, week number 1 was recovering a sense of safety. And this ties into the chakra system. So you can see right behind me, there's the chakras. And if we look at number 1, the Muladhara chakra, that's the base chakra. That's the reptilian brain, our animal instincts. And if we don't feel safe, we'll never climb out of that. We can't move into the higher realms of consciousness if we're not safe. If we don't feel that sense, that foundational sense of safety. And in week number 2, we're moving more into identity. And what is identity? Identity is when meaning starts to get created. There's separation, there's metaphor, there's polarity. And that's moving into the second chakra, which a lot of people just associate with sex. The sexual chakra, because it's located near the perineum, but it more has to do with, because what is sex other than the creation of an identity, right? That energy and connects to creativity, and it's starting to develop the ego, the sense of personality within ourselves, not the, the bad ego, but the good ego. And the first main theme of chapter number 2 is the people you surround yourself with. And in week number 1, I went into this, so I'll try to keep this week more brief. But Julia Cameron has a few labels for him, but she first starts off by saying that blocked people are the most dangerous to our recovery, because our spiritual and creative growth threatens their blockedness, their blocked nature. Because if they see us rising out, they're going to say, well, I'm no different than Ian, so why am I not doing this? So inherently, just like alcoholics who try to bring down someone who's trying to recover, this is going to happen. And people around you who are blocked feel that there is a payoff to being blocked. And that payoff is that they don't have to confront a deeper side of themselves. They don't have to answer the hard questions. They don't have to look at their character flaws, their anger, their jealousy, their depression, their mania, whatever, their delirium. Because that's what creativity exposes at times, because you're going to be saying, what is this? Why? To keep going, to keep moving forward, you're going to have to keep going deeper and deeper. And a lot of people don't want to do that. And first things first, when we're talking about people around us, it's if someone overtly says, I'll say for me, if someone says, Ian, you suck at writing, dude, what are you thinking? Like, you're garbage, you'll never be a writer. That's pretty easy to say you're crazy, right? That's pretty easy to be like, you're an idiot, and I'm not going to listen to you. Those the outright forms of criticism are very easy. I mean, a lot easier to just push away. But the real thief of our creativity when it comes to other people bringing us down are the subtle people in our lives that are slowly stabbing us, are slowly putting poison in our cups. And let's see. The subtle sabotage is the worst kind. And the way I've been thinking of this lately, I heard this on a personal development YouTube video, is how many of your friends are really holding you accountable for your goals? How many of your friends get mad at you if you're not accomplishing your goals? And when I have a lot of writing goals and website goals and whatnot, and personal goals, fitness goals, and most of my friend group could care less if I accomplish that. I could never write a book and no one would say anything, because they're really not my friends. And when someone's close to me and they say, I want to get into grad school, or I'm trying to get a raise, and when they do that, or I'm always asking them every time I see them, like, how's it going? How, what's happening? Because I believe in them and I like to see them achieve what they want to achieve, because I like who they are. And if people aren't around you doing that, are they subtly trying to sabotage you? And it could be yes or no, but I would say most of the time, yes, they really don't care. So what's the point of being friends with someone who doesn't care about what you care about most, right? Just something to think about. And let's hop into Julia Cameron's. Julia Cameron has a whole section, and she defines them as crazy makers. That's her word for it. People may say toxic friends, toxic relationships, and quote, crazy makers are those personalities that create storm centers. They are often charismatic, frequently charming, highly inventive, and powerfully persuasive. And for the creative person in their vicinity, they are enormously destructive. You know the type: charismatic but out of control, long on problems but short on solutions. We all have had or have these people in our life, and at times some of us have maybe been crazy makers to other people. And step number 1, and I guess we should define what a crazy maker is first. Before we start though, don't be ashamed if you are a crazy maker, if you cause chaos in other people's lives, or you're in a situation where someone is doing this to you, because feeling bad for yourself is just going to make things a lot worse. Because when you start dealing with hormones, things get hard, right? When you develop relationships, romantic or friendships with people, a lot of it has to do with hormones and dopamine and how they make you feel and that chemistry, and pulling the plug and seeing them for who they really are and how they really view you is hard. And you shouldn't feel bad if you've gotten yourself in a bad situation, or you have some character flaws and you're projecting this on other people. Don't feel bad. This is a part of life. And the best way to prevent crazy makers in your life is to avoid them altogether. Make your life immune to contact to them. And this is jumping the gun a little bit, but the best way is to just make your life as immune as you can from them. It's because anything else is a downward spiral. As soon as they sense blood, they'll latch onto your neck and keep sucking. And it's a slow process, but slowly but surely, we all need to try to eliminate this from our life, and then on a day-to-day basis, identify where the problem centers are. Maybe at your job, maybe with friends group, maybe at family get-togethers or work parties. And when you enter those situations, you need to have a shield on. You need to have that state of mind that I'm not going to get sucked into this. I'm not going to be a part of this. And crazy makers ruin schedules, realities, time, money, connections, your systems of organization, and your undramatic life. They ruin all those things. They ruin your schedules. They will call at 4 a.m. They'll be all up in your business. They will distract you from your goals when you really need to be getting something done. They will ruin your reality. They will ruin the simulation that you're trying to create. They will take your time away. They will ask for your money. They will say, hey, dude, I need $1,000 for this. And you're like, what? You got yourself into this situation by making dumb moves. They ruin your connections with other people. They will triangulate you with other people. Have you ever been in this situation like that where someone's just causing drama with all your friends and all of your families? And your family? I have, and it's insane. And then you're losing support. You're actually losing the real people, so then you're more reliant on the crazy makers. And when you choose a crazy maker over someone legitimate, it causes a spurt of dopamine because you know that you're doing something risky. So you become more addicted, and you start your lens of reality starts to become more blurred. And all crazy makers do is project shame. It's all based off of shame and making you feel bad for not doing something. But if you're a moral person, if you're not hurting others and you're living a generally good life and you're trying to grow your creativity so that you can help the consciousness of the world expand, then you don't need to feel bad if you don't feel a certain connection or if you're not giving something to somebody. A lot of altruism is just an archetypal part of ourselves becoming inflated. A lot of it really isn't a true altruism. It's like this altruistic archetype that we've been fed about Jesus and all this stuff that's just getting inflated, and we think we need to be this person, but is that really necessary at all times? And it is an important archetype, but it doesn't need to be inflated as like just this total level of inflation. And I would say no. And let's go to a quote. Step number 1 in all this is admit that you are, quote, you admit that you are being used and admit that you are using your own abuser. Your crazy maker is a block, and you is a block you chose yourself to deter you from your own trajectory. As much as you are being exploited by your crazy maker, you too are using that person to block your creative flow. Right? We are self-sabotaging ourselves just as they are sabotaging us, but we're choosing this situation. We're choosing to have these people around us. We have a police system. When you have martial arts, you can defend yourself. You can get someone away from you. Screw the police. But if you are involved in a torture tango with a crazy maker, stop dancing to his or her tune. Pick up a book on codependency or get yourself to a 12-step program for relationship addiction. And that's what I wrote down, is that first of all, you have to admit that you're in a bad situation. Then 2, you need to seek outside objective help. Talk to your friends, your family, people who have no stake maybe in this, and then you could talk to them about the situation and maybe seek professional help, because professional help is usually very objective, because maybe your friends and family just want to have a beef with this person, but professional help is always a good idea. And if you have health insurance, you can probably get some therapy sessions for $50 or $60, and a few of those will help you clear the cobwebs with what's happening with all this, and then you'll be able to create a new trajectory for yourself without all this baggage. So that's just a shtick on crazy makers. I'm trying to keep this presentation more concise today. The next subtopic is skepticism, and in our left brain culture, there is a lot of skepticism. Left brain and logical thinking is great, but right now in our society, we have the negative, malignant form of left brain thinking. Our society thrives off of math scores and science scores and this atheism and this super logical, objective, reductionist, pragmatic viewpoint. That's really not pragmatism. That's really not taking account for continental philosophy and how these theories, they're just taking the end point, the end theories, and applying that to life. And it's everywhere. The gaming culture propagates it. The science culture, the capitalist job, capitalist job culture propagates this. And a lot of people return to just left brain thinking to avoid feeling because they've been traumatized or past trauma, childhood trauma. It forces them to just become super left brain. And that is not going to help you in this program. That is not going to help your creativity. Being skeptical of programs, being skeptical of stuff is good. But at the same time, you need to dive in and you need to keep that skepticism somewhere in your mind, but you need to go 100% and have a rope tied around your waist and you're just in the waves rolling. And then you can tug 4 times at some point and pull yourself back out if you need to, right? And you should always remember that rope's there, but a lot of you have failed at unleashing your inner genius because you've been skeptical of the process. You've been skeptical of your intuition and what's called you, what you're supposed to do. You say, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be weird. And that moves into our next section, which is about, which is about attention. Very often, quote, creative blocks manifest itself as an addiction to fantasy. And we go into fantasy to avoid reality, and the reality of what we could create. We daydream, we hang out with crazy makers, we procrastinate, we do drugs to avoid the disciplined life that it takes to become a creative. There needs to be a sense of discipline, and what I wrote down is attention. And that's a subtopic, and that brings me back to modernist poetry. William Carlos Williams, T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound, Charles Olson in his projective verse essay. Their mindsets are very flawed, but at the same time, it brought us back to the image. It brought poetry back to reality, and a lot of us has lost the skill to look at reality in a left-brained way, but in an aware and attentive way, a way that promotes love and honesty and authenticity. In that field of nothingness that yoga and Buddhist and the Buddhists get into, you can find stillness, you can find oneness, you can find the source that you can channel to help you become a more creative person. And it all starts from attention. It all starts from waking up and becoming aware of what's happening around you. This can tie back to lucid dreaming. All lucid dreaming is becoming aware in a dream. Our life has magic. Magic exists all around us, but we are blind to it. All scarcity is a blindness to opportunity. And blindness is counteracted by attention, by sight, by vision. And a lot of us have fantasies What is perfectionism other than a fantasy of who you could be and what something could be? What is self-doubt and pressure other than just a fantasy? If this is a world where anything is possible, if you can create your own reality, what are these doubts other than just fantasies? That is not real. That is not you. That is not what you're trying to spread and give and create in the world. All right, so the tasks for this week are pretty good, and the one I would recommend that you should do if you haven't done is number 7. Draw a circle, divide it into 6 pieces of pie. Label each piece spirituality, another exercise, another play, and so on and so forth. Work, friends, romance. And in these circles you're judging, you're giving a rating to those aspects of your life. And I think this is important. I use numbers. I do a 1 out of 10 system every few months. And I say my spirituality is an 8, my finances are a 2. And this helps you show where you should balance out or what you're not focusing on. And getting the stuff, once again, just like the morning pages, down on paper. Giving an objective rating to your life will help you see where you're lacking, will help you see where you're blocked. So that's a little bit of a deep dive into this stuff and maybe a few theories into this stuff. And yeah, if you like this video, just keep, we're going to continue on 10 more weeks in this program. And maybe next week I'll go a little bit deeper, but we covered a lot of this in week 1, so I don't want to do another 45-minute video. So everyone, this is Ian Kadanak from Conscious Writers Tribe, and I will see you guys in next week for another edition of the Creative Genius series focusing on the artist's way. What is happening, everybody? This is Ian Kadanak from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, and welcome back to week 3 in my complete guide to Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. Shout out to my friend Megan up in the great northern city of Boise, Idaho, for calling me out on Instagram and asking when are you going to complete this series and stop being lazy? Hopefully right now, Megan. So, FYI, I recorded and uploaded a video titled Why the Morning Pages Work. And this gives a more psychological breakdown of the morning pages, which are a cornerstone to this text. And if you are struggling with keeping the habit up or just need a little bit more info on why we're doing this every morning, then go check that out. So, in week 1, we created a safe space and started to learn to love our artists. In week 2, we started aligning with our truth and formulating an identity. Now in week 3, we are starting to take action and recovering a sense of power, which is the title of this chapter. And the first subheading in this chapter is anger. And anger is such a taboo world in our society because Judaism, Islam, and Christianity force upon us this weird altruism. Jesus did this. Muhammad said this. And altruism is great, but forcing altruism and kindness at all times leads to abusive relationships and abusive situations where boundaries aren't set. Have you ever been in a situation like that? That's because you were trying to be too kind and replaying this, narrative we've been told since we were children from these major religions. So anger is the creative fire. In Sanskrit, it is Agni, Rajas. You could even call it Kundalini. And it's this creative energy. And in Ayurveda, which is the Indian system of medicine, Pitta is what generates creativity. But Pitta is also aligned with anger. They're two sides of the same coin. And if you know how to channel a non-malignant form of anger, it can be used in a creative way. And that's what Julia Cameron is trying to talk about here, is that suppressing anger is suppressing your creativity. And So when we have this suppressed anger, we release our anger in these phony ways. We do these dramatized fights with our significant others or at work, or we're fucking road raging. There's no reason to road rage. As long as someone doesn't hit you, you shouldn't care what other people are doing on the road. Late to what? No appointment is. The only time you should be road raging is if like someone is in a medical emergency and you need to get somewhere and people are being idiots. But so you see this though. I sometimes display this phony anger. I see it all the time in others. And in the summer it gets worse. In the summer, because of the heat and the fire, it starts to get worse. So this video is being recorded in the summer, so if you're seeing this, watch out for that. But one of my favorite books that talks about anger is Radical Honesty by Brad Blanton. And everyone should read this book, man, because I'm sure you're an honest person. I'm sure you don't tell lies, hopefully not. But I really wasn't a liar or even a white liar, but I withheld information. I was not very forward with everything. And when people made me feel a certain way, I didn't tell them how they made me feel. And releasing that out of the void and being myself at all time and expressing my emotions at all time created a whole new life for me, because it got rid of all the people that aren't aligned with me and it brought in all the people who do align with me. You want to be, and we've talked about this, a polarized individual who people are going to hate and people are going to love, because that's what an artist is. And we're going to get into criticism a little later in this. And when we're also have the suppressed form of anger, that's what drives stuff as domestic abuse, war, and other weapons which are driven by negative emotions. If you suppress anger and then you send some kids to boot camp and throw some propaganda in their faces and unleash that anger, they're going to go kill, be berserkers. And we've seen this time and time again. And anger is not bad. Malignant anger is bad. Abusive anger is bad. And that's where the Eastern philosophical systems in like transcendental meditation, for instance, get it wrong. They say just swipe anger off the board. But anger is what drives revolution. Anger is what's going to change our society. Anger is a gift, quoting Freedom by Rage Against the Machine. And so just think about that. Check this book out, Radical Honesty, and ask yourself how you hold your anger in, or how you display phony anger. Sometimes we get bored, with quarantine going on, we all maybe are displaying some phony anger. So I want to just do a quick thing on forgiveness, which Brad talks about in his system. And step 1 of forgiveness is all for you. And step 1 is telling the other person that you're angry with them or that you've been hurt by them. Have you ever been hurt by someone and never been able to tell them, and now you're estranged from them, like, a friend or ex-partner, and it still bothers you? Sometimes I still get bothered about situations where I didn't tell someone, like, you were an idiot or you really hurt me. I still think about it even though it's irrelevant. And expressing that to someone gives you a sense of relief and helps you forgive yourself, because holding something in is hurting yourself. And if you're hurting yourself, you're going to have to forgive yourself. And the second step of forgiveness, so after you've told someone that, now you should be on the path. That's your path of healing. But you should not accept someone, which is the second step, and or you should not forgive someone completely until they come to you on their own volition, apologize, and ask for forgiveness. This is the step everybody gets wrong. This is the driving force of abusive relationships. So, someone will do something to you and they'll just be like, sorry. Or they'll just like do something nice. They'll wash the dishes and you're like, oh, they're forgiven. No, you have to ask for forgiveness. And without prodding the other person, you can't be like yelling at someone and force them into an apology. No, this is a healthy cycle. If the other person doesn't know they were wrong about something really an apparent attack on you, they have problems, and you should probably bail out of that friendship or relationship. So that's just a little word on forgiveness, because that being able to forgive people and express that anger helps get out that phony anger. That helps get the creative fire going, because one thing I've been doing this whole month is focusing on incomplete projects and incomplete loops. For instance, this side of the room, the room I'm looking at over here has some clutter in it, and if I don't clean that up, that's going to subconsciously dwell in my brain and affect me. Every incomplete article and video and idea in my brain is weighing on me at some level, even if I don't realize it. And so is all these interactions and things that you're not telling people. If you need to tell your relationship partner or your friend something and you don't do it, it's weighing you down and it's making it harder for you to create. And it sends us into this endless loop, which you don't want as an artist. And the morning pages helps you get that out. The morning pages helps you get that down. But nothing beats actually doing it in person. You can simulate a conversation. If you can't pretend you're estranged or you're too scared to do it, you can simulate a conversation in the morning pages. Great, that's what they're there for. But doing it in person is even better. So the second part of the chapter is synchronicity. And synchronicity is so dope. If you can open yourself up to synchronicities, it's amazing. And I was actually just reading, here we go. So one of my favorite authors on synchronicities is Robert Anton Wilson. His books Prometheus Rising, Cosmic Trigger, and Quantum Psychology are great on this. And last night, I gave a book, Prometheus Rising, to my girlfriend, and she started reading it. And one of the first exercises provided in that book is start looking for quarters. Start feeling like there's a divine intervention that's putting quarters on the ground for you, and see how long it takes you to find one. And then after you find your first quarter, then say, there's no divine intervention. I'm just finding a quarter because it's statistically there for me, right? And then see how long it takes you to find each quarter and start to play with those models. And you'll start to see that one is not correct and that both are functioning at the same time. So there's an objective and a subjective universe. And that's the point of that exercise. And go try it for yourself. And what's crazy is that when you start to believe in that subjective thing, that in that subjective lens, that those quarters were put there for you to find, you find way more, like I would say 5 to 10 times more than when you say, these quarters were just left here. It's just a statistical chance that like I'm looking for this more and I'm in this place that has it, and that's why it was found. So that's one way, just to kick this off, to open up to synchronicities, because synchronicities are crazy. Have you ever gotten that phone call from someone when you were just thinking about them? One of my favorite stories is I had a friend that I hadn't talked to in 5 or 6 years, and I was laying in my backyard in the pool, and I was thinking about this guy. Like, I hadn't thought about him in years, and I was laughing about some of our memories. And he had moved away. He lived in a different state across the country. Then I'm laying there, probably stoned, and I suddenly hear someone hopping over the wall, and I fall off the floaty thing, because I'm like, like I'm about to get robbed. Like, who the hell is this? And it's my friend. And he said, I lost your number, and I was here in town, so I knocked on the door, and I just had this intuition to hop over the wall. Literally a 10-second gap between me thinking about him and that. And it was this deep intuitive image and memory of him and our experiences together. So things like that exist, but you have to be open to looking at that. If you're not open to trying to find these things, they're just going to pass you by every single day. And synchronicities can be small or they can be large. And synchronicities drive creativity, because being able to tap into the ether and call upon energies. So if you tap into the ether and call upon, we'll say, some law of attraction stuff, or you're calling upon some intentions, how are those going to manifest? Most likely you're not going to find that $10,000 in your backyard, or you're not going to get that relationship partner. They're not just going to knock on your door or hop over your wall like me. They're going to manifest in the form of a synchronicity. You're going to get this idea, and if you act on it soon, then you'll get, the paycheck, or you'll have this intuition to go to the library or go do this, and then that's going to ping you somewhere else, and then you're going to meet that person. That's happened to me before. I met my current partner because I had this intuition to go down to the university and return some books. And then I ran into my friend, and my friend says, I need to go to this other building. And then at that building, my current girlfriend was at the front desk, and that's where I met her. And it was just this synchronicity. It was just this sense of intuition, because when I first thought like I need to go return these books, I was like, nah, man, that's like, now that's going to take hours. Like, I don't have time for that. I have other shit to do. But I was like, no, I'm feeling this. I felt really good that day. Like one of the best days I've ever had, like in terms of like mood. And you first open yourself to the idea. Step one. Second is just align with the flow of the system. Start to align with your intuition and start to listen to it, which is also a part of recovering your sense of power, because you're recovering your sense of pure vision. You're recovering your sense of looking at the world with a viewing an accurate model of reality. And start looking for quarters. Start with small things. Start saying, another one I like is pick a number 1 through 100, say 60, 61, and wait till that. Start finding that number. Wait, see if that number shows up for you. Look for 61s around, and you're gonna start seeing them in these weird scenarios, and you'd be like, wait, the probability of this 61 coming up right now in this situation is 1,000,000,001. And did that happen, or did I make that happen? And then other times you may feel like, actually, I didn't make that happen. That was more of the objective world making that happen. So being able to differentiate between those two lenses is very cool and very important. And also, synchronicities is a driving force of that, at least of the subjective angle. And look at another cool synchronicity thing is just always pay attention and listen while your friends are talking. I know that's like very obvious, but things you talk about with your friends that are important should pop up again. If someone tells you about a book or a movie and it keeps popping up, then that's an important synchronicity, because what are the chances of that thing popping up, unless it's like Tiger King or the crappy Michael Jordan documentary that just came out. And one way to drive more synchronicities or create more, just the simple stuff: meditation, walking, listening to the universe, dialoguing with the universe, writing in your morning pages. Just, we are searching for alignment. And once you hit that alignment, those synchronicities will start pouring out. So I think that's about it for synchronicities and anger. So the next section is shame. And let's read a quote about shame. Henry David Thoreau said, "The cost of a thing is the amount of what I call life, which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run." Okay, that was a nice quote. I don't know how that relates to shame exactly. So let's start with a quote from the text, because we haven't done one yet, on shame. On page 67, "The act of making art exposes a society to itself. Art brings things to light. It illuminates us. It sheds light on our own lingering darkness. It casts a beam into the heart of our own darknesses and says, 'See?' And the more you create art, the less shame you're going to feel. And let's start this off with the best way to mitigate shame. Before we talk about shame, is being 100% confident in yourself. Have you ever had a friend, let's talk about corporate jobs. Have you ever had a friend that, or just any job, that loved their job? Like, they were fucking ecstatic about it. Like, it was just, it was a crappy job. In your view, it's like a crappy corporate job, but they love it. They just absolutely love it. But would you try to convince them to quit that job if all they do is rave about that job? Would you even try? Like, if you're like an anti-corporate worker type person like I am, I would never even try to do that. I would never even attempt to do that. But pretend you had a friend that was working a corporate job, and every time you talked to them, they're like, "Man, fuck this. I hate my boss. This sucks." You would see they were weak, and you would go and try and convince them otherwise, right? Would you try to convince a born-again Christian that holds signs up on the corner street and yell at people to not be a Christian? Would you? You wouldn't even attempt to. But if there was a person that was like living on the edge of Christianity, and they were saying like, I don't really know about this, no one wrote about, the first non-Christian source of Jesus was 122 years after he died, this all seems kind of fishy, then you would be like, yes, and give them more information. That's the same. There's an energetic thing that happens with shame, that when people feel weakness or see weakness in you, they see an opportunity to shame you and bring you back down to their level. So with all this power stuff, once you create a safe space and start to find your identity, building that armor and building that power helps repel shame. And we're going to talk about how to deal with shame and what shame is. But first, being a confident artist, that's the best ad spam shame blocker there is. Like, I can't tell you, I don't really get criticism anymore. I remember when I first started to be an entrepreneur and starting to make websites, people would give me shit all the time, like, what, you're going to sell 1 million books one day? I'm like, hell yeah, I am. Like, I'm going to do all of this. And eventually, I'm so confident and I have the dialogue and energy down that I can tell people that I see them, their face is just twitching, but they can't say anything because they know it's just a waste of energy. So you need to work on that in your artistic way. Whatever your medium of art is, you need to get that Vincent van Gogh, that Michael Jordan level of confidence, and that will just mitigate a lot of shame. So if you're struggling with shame, though, one of my favorite books on that is a very popular book called The Gifts of Imperfection by Brene Brown, who's, blown up recently. And so what does shame look like? Maybe we can get a definition of shame here. Okay, definition of shame. Shame is from Brene Brown, is the intensely painful feeling or experience of believing that we are flawed and therefore unworthy of love and belonging. And if we tie this back to art, some of us don't create art because we don't feel like it will bring us love and a community. We feel like, I'm going through that right now. I'm writing this crazy novel, and for a while I was holding back and experiencing a sense of writer's block because I wasn't going 100% into it. I was worried about not worried, but on a subconscious level, I was like, man, what if the people at my job read this? Or, I was all these different things. And I was like, wait, I need to take this, go 1,000% harder. And once I started doing it, I was laughing again. And it was fun. And I'm enjoying it a lot more now. And you are loved. You have an audience out there. It may take you a decade to find that. And as we talked about in week 1 of this series, the way to get into creative abundance is to accept that no one may ever understand or care about your work. If you stop caring or worrying about if anyone will ever understand your work, then you give yourself that freedom to be 100% yourself. So shame is so prevalent in this world, man, because we're in this locker room mentality, especially with men. And with women, it's just like this gossip world. And it's just to bring people down. Like, oh, you want to do that? What the fuck are you going to do with an English degree? What the fuck are you going to do with a Master of Fine Arts degree? Or how do you make money from that? How do you make money from YouTube videos? And we're in this world of broken dreams where it's just a graveyard. Every single person is just a graveyard of like dreams that they had. Like coulda, shoulda, wouldas. Like I could have been a contenders. Like those type of peoples. And they will find you and rip you apart. And step number 1 is be 100% confident. And step 2 is just not let those people in. Don't put yourself in environments where it's a statistical chance you'll meet those people. I don't go to parties. I go to community events for my chosen craft. And even at that, I read those events. I read people's energy and I'm like, nah, like I got to avoid you, man, because that's some negative shit. And so then this goes, so Julia Cameron starts talking about, so let's talk about real fast, Brene Brown's process of getting over shame. She first says, name it out loud. So pretend the other day, like someone said something on one of my yoga channel's YouTube videos, like a comment, and it was negative. So first you have to name it. I'd say there was this YouTube comment and they were negative about my presentation. Then I talk about it. I'm like, man, maybe that they didn't like how I was reading and I was fumbling the reading a little bit, but that shouldn't really matter because that was like 10 or 20 seconds of a whole video that was really good and a lot of people like, so why does that matter? And then, tell your story. Like I really cared. And this hopefully would be with someone else, like call someone else and do this. Or you can do it with the universe or by yourself if you don't have anyone. And so then I'd be like, I really cared about this video because I like the Gita and blah, blah, blah. And For criticism, Brene Brown says you should make a process, look at the process, and refine the process. If you receive a form of criticism, you need to be able to handle it and move with it in a certain way. You should examine it as if with the same lightness as when you're watching a comedy special. You should view it as something that's the same as every other form of information, positive or negative. Find what works for you, and move on. And Julia Cameron goes over a whole system of this on page 72. Receive the criticism all the way through and get it over with. Jot down notes to yourself on what concepts or phrases bother you. It's the same system. And then, it's the same as Brene Brown's, but it goes a little bit deeper, because number 6, it says, look at the criticism again. Does it remind you of any criticism from your past, particularly shaming childhood criticism? Acknowledge to yourself that the current criticism is triggering grief over a long-standing wound. And that's beautiful, because moving back to childhood and trying to find the axiomatic root for why you would even care about that criticism or why it's hurting you is a very effective way, in my own experience, because, it's just the why thing. Like, why do I care about this? Well, because maybe I couldn't read. I had trouble reading as a kid. Then why again? Do 7 levels of asking why, and you'll find a pretty deep answer. And then her remedy, of course, is just keep creating. Creativity and creating flow, as we went over in week 1 with the auto wrong stuff, is the way to get over trauma and writer's block, of course. And so what? And another thing that was interesting that Julia Cameron said, sorry I have an itchy nose, is that reviews are an avenue to create shame. And that kind of made me wonder about what I was doing with Conscious Writers Tribe, in the sense of doing book reviews and all these reviews of work. I'm trying to create a shame-free system, because shame, as we see, is such a negative emotion. And if I dish it out, then I'm going to receive it. There's something within me that's creating that. And gossip and all these negative things are going to come back and bite you in the ass. And they're going to lower your vibration and keep you not flowing, because the flow of gossip isn't the flow of beautiful conversations about higher consciousness. So let's move on. So another cool section of this. So I think that's enough about shame. If you have any comments or want to talk about shame more, make a comment, email me, or we could do a podcast or interview together. And if you have some methods to deal with shame, by all means, let's talk about it. So the detective work was interesting, because when I did that, Julie Cameron keeps plugging these things in there that revert you back to childhood. And I realized a lot, because when you have this intuitive flow and you're thrown into this intuitive mindset where you have to answer questions and not think and just write them down as they come, you realize some shit came out for me where I have 3 or 4 things that I really like to do, or that really mean a lot to me, that I don't think about or acknowledge or cherish in my own life. And this is my 3rd time through the book, or 4th time, and I forget about these things. So doing these types of exercises are very important. And I would say today, right now, take action on one of those things in that list. Just even remember, lay back for 5 minutes and remember your favorite childhood toy or movie. Remember your favorite games. Look at that thing you want to purchase, that thing you don't think you can have. Think about that piece of art that you're too scared to create. Listen to that music that cheers you up. I was doing that the other night. I was listening to Palmdale by Afro Man. Go check that out if you like rap. And that's just always meant a lot to me, because my friends and I would just goon out to that song. So the last section she goes into is just growth, and her basic concept is just 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And yeah, that's the whole concept, the whole point of these videos is just keep moving forward. We got to keep moving forward, people. We have to change the world. Your art can change the fucking world, and we need it. People need to experience love and joy. Go to the grocery store and ask people and talk to them about their lives, and you'll see that they're vibrating on a pretty low level, and you can affect millions of people. Look what J.K. Rowling did. Look what Stephen King did. Look what people in your medium of art have done and how they've changed lives. Look at people, look at their fans and how they talk about how their lives have been changed. You can do that for people. You can help people get over all these social issues which create so much turmoil in the world. So, and Julie Cameron writes, God helps those who help themselves. And that's just kind of a theme here, that getting into action, even if it's just the morning pages, even if you don't do anything else, just doing one kind thing for yourself a day will help you move into that, help you regain that sense of power. We're trying to gain power now. If you did week 1 and week 2 correctly, you've started to create that space and find yourself again. And in that space, now you can manifest that deeper purpose. So some of the tasks this week, which I thought were cool, a lot of it had to do with childhood. And childhood is moving back to that. I mean, if we look at the authors Alice Miller and Anna Freud, and other childhood psychologists, they really are into that, going back into childhood, and what happens in childhood determines the course of your life. And I'm half and half on that. It's a yes and a no thing, but it is very valuable, and there's a lot of hidden treasures within childhood. And if you had an abusive or crazy childhood, confronting that will make you stronger. If you had a boring childhood like I did, that was just like, typical childhood, researching those memories will make you stronger. And describing your childhood room, I did that, man, and it made me cry. It was deep. Just all the little trinkets. I went back and found some old photos, and it really, really brought me back to that energy, man. And my parents are moving away out of my childhood home soon, within the next few months. So it's kind of like this, it was just emotional seeing like what's going to happen. And one of the cool things is now we're getting into habits. You got to take a look at your habits, people. I would recommend Atomic Habits. I just finished that one. That's a pretty good one about rearranging your habits. And talking about habits, I am doing a series right now on addiction and creativity. And a lot of it's based on Jungian archetypes and how they relate to creativity and addiction. And there's going to be a lot of information in there about how to quit bad habits, because a lot of us tie these bad habits to our creativity. Like, if I don't stop, I can't write if I don't smoke cigs, or I can't write if I don't drink. I can't do this if I don't do that. And I'm going to be going into the psychological factors of that and how to get over that. But, Atomic Habits is a good book in the meantime. Check that one out. And then talking about people you admire is super important. In our society, we're not very praise oriented. People only suck ass when it's going to get them a promotion. But I hear so much negativity, and that's moving on a horizontal axis. You're moving on this plane. That's what our society is this horizontal plane where we're just moving across. We're just hanging out with people that are like us. But moving to the heavens and moving to the depths, heaven and hell, whatever metaphor you want to do, light and dark, yin and yang, going to those levels, living in a vertical way, causes you to forces, if you start living in that way, you're going to start praising people. You need to look back at the great artists of your medium. For instance, the poets, Antonio Machado, Robert Bly, Lorca, Rilke, all these great people. You need to be able to praise them. If you can't praise them, if you can't praise great artists, how are you supposed to praise people in your own life that are important to you? So working with artists is a great way, praising artists is a great way to start to learn that skill if you're not really into that. And that's all, everybody. We'll just cut this video off right there. Hopefully you are doing your morning pages. This is the week 3 overview and guide. If I've missed anything, let me know. I feel like we covered all the main things, so I will catch you guys next time for chapter 4 in the Artist Way, which is recovering a sense of integrity. Peace. What's up, Conscious Writers? It's your boy, Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, welcoming you to another week of the complete guide to Julia Cameron's The Artist's Way, the largest free deep dive on the topic available online at this present moment. So, week number 4 is titled Recovering a Sense of Integrity. And you may be asking, Ian, you haven't posted a weekly Artist Way video in over 6 months. Where's your integrity? And I'm here to tell you that week number 4 is the hardest week in the Artist Way. Because, at least for me, because the main exercise for week number 4 is reading deprivation. And I run a fucking website called the Conscious Writers Tribe. I've read over 200 books. I'm on track to reading over 200 books in 2020. It took a monumental effort to not read books, articles, newspapers, blog posts, social media. There's so much that you can read, and cutting all that out, telling people, shutting my phone off, shutting the computer down for a whole week changed everything. But we'll get to that in a minute. First, let's talk about the honest changes that you are going to receive while doing the morning pages. And week number 1 was recovering a sense of safety. We had to find our safety. Then we had to find our identity. Then once you have that identity and you feel safe in that identity, power starts to surge up. And that was last week. But this week, we are recovering a sense of integrity. And integrity is such a powerful word, because if you are known as a person of integrity, then people trust you. And not just that people trust you, they know that you trust yourself. And that's what we're starting to build this week. We're starting to wash away all the bullshit and starting to focus on the core material that we need to bring along with us in the next 8 weeks. We're already through 1 quarter now. 1/4 of the way, no, 1/3 of the way, 1/3 of the way done, everybody. And Julia Cameron calls the morning pages a spiritual chiropractic, And they really are, because as we start to move our way through the pages, the seedy and nasty elements of ourselves are going to come up. And we're going to get into this in a little bit, but what you were holding on to, the job, and let's just go right into it right now. It's something called zero-based thinking. And what you ask yourself to do zero-based thinking is, would I have ever gotten started with this project, this relationship, this career, if I had to do it all over again, knowing what I know now? If your answer is no, then you need to get out as soon as possible, because we have this Puritan mindset. We have this weird mindset that we have to finish what we start. And the morning pages start to expose what we need to stop immediately. We already have got some power going on. We have some momentum. If you've been actually journaling for 4 weeks and doing some artistic endeavors in your real life or some spiritual practices, you are on a streak of momentum right now, and I applaud you for that. I applaud you for being on that streak of momentum. So now is the time to start ditching some stuff. Now it's time to start really dialing in what you don't need and asking that question: if I knew it all, would I do it again? A lot of stuff in my life 2 or 3 years ago I was wrong. And when I first started the morning pages helped me get out of a relationship I didn't want to be in, a job I didn't want to be in, just system and way of life that wasn't functional. And the morning pages, along with a few other authors, helped pull me out of that. And you have to keep going. These matter more than you think. And one of the quotes that Cameron talks about is one from Chekhov. And if you don't know who Chekhov is, he's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, short story writer of all time. And he's Russian. And he says that if you want to work on your art, work on your life. And that's 100% important, because you could become the best writer in the world, right? You could get everything down. Let's say we're talking about writing. You could get everything down. But if you've never had any life experience, if your imagination hasn't touched different polarities and experience hate and shame and guilt and love and bliss at the extreme levels for long periods of time, then you're not going to have shit to write about. People aren't going to be interested in what you have to say. So you really need to work on your life. And, And as we see in the Buried Dreams exercise this week, do something. You got to go do something. Right now it's the COVID pandemic. By the time you see this, it probably won't be, but fuck the COVID pandemic. You need to make some action happen. Make flow, make friends, try something dynamic. Because if you haven't achieved what you wanted to in life, your dreams, it's your fault. And most of it has to do with societal programming. And one of the first things I like to do is don't be scared to drop people. Don't hold on. It's time to start dropping the negative Nancy's in your life. Even if your parents, even if there are people you can't necessarily drop, coworkers or parents, you have to reframe your whole thinking with them. I like to think of it as a dojo. That when I go, I like to think of my normal life, my personal life as a dojo, because sometimes you need to be prepared to handle dumb people, negative people. And I see any small situation like a technical problem on the computer or something breaking or having to cook dinner when I don't want to as training to deal with negative people when they're hitting me with, hitting you with that negativity, that you know how to slide around it. You know how to have that emotional control and how to make an energetic rainbow shield around you to stop the bullshit. Because people will drag you into the muck. If right now if you're a writer, which maybe you should, you probably are if you're on this channel, if you aren't creating conscious work that's trying to change the world, a lot of that is you have self-esteem issues that were probably created by negative people. And if the negative people aren't gone, then your self-esteem is going to drop, boy or girl or whoever. We don't even do gender here on fucking Conscious Writers Tribe, but boy, girl, one broken heart is not worth not helping millions of people. Having to break up with someone or ditch a friend and how they're going to feel is not worth how you're going to make the millions of people that you can affect feel, because you can change the world. You can do good. That book, that idea, that thing within you, you can spread it and you can do great things with it. So another cool thing that Julie Cameron talks about is Kriyas. And Kriyas, she calls them spiritual seizures. And she also calls them, let me see. She really calls it a surrender, but as a yogi, as someone who runs a website called savvyzen.com, Kriyas are really purifications. And one of the most common ways of purification is doing jala neti, which is, I'm sure you've heard of the neti pot. And I like to give recommendations on the show for all my writers out there. And you need to start neti potting. It's actually one of the most useful things for your immune system right now with COVID, with respiratory illnesses. But just in general, being able to breathe life is important. And this is one of the first Kriyas that is taught in yogic schools. And what I like to use, an advanced one, is the Sine and Pulse. And you've probably seen the infomercials of the ones people hold, but the Sine and Pulse is the best because you can use your own salts, because you need to have salts to balance the pH, because you're going to be blowing water up your nose. And a lot of machines that you'll buy on Amazon make you use their own salts. And they might be cheaper, but eventually, because you have to use their salts in a certain packet, in a certain portal that, registers if it's the right thing, you'll eventually, it will add up to more. And this thing is a lot more advanced too. This thing can blow your nose, go to levels in your nose that you don't even know. And that's one of the first Kriya options. But she's really talking about the purification process, the trial by fire. When you start to purify, things start to happen. You start to really experience ecstatic changes. And we'll maybe go forward one. Oh, we're missing it. And one of my favorite ecstatic poets is Kabir. And let me see if we have him on here. Kabir could be on here. Let's check Kabir out. Let's see if we got Kabir, everybody. How's everybody doing? Comment in the chat. I don't think we got Kabir in here. I would recommend reading Kabir, with the translations by Robert Bly. Kabir was a Middle Eastern poet, I think in like the pre-1000 or around, let's confirm about Kabir. Let's do a live. We're doing it live. I think we got Chrome right here. Oh, no. Kabir. Kabir is a poet from India. Yeah, he's Indian from the 15th century, so the 1400s. So I would recommend Kabir if you want to learn about that ecstasy state. You've probably already felt it. The laughing, the joy, the ideas, the sensation. I take walks every day and 90 minutes of walking. And when I was on reading deprivation, I was just booming with ideas. I've never felt like that before. And these purifications can help. And another one I like to do is Kapalabhati pranayama. And I would look this up. I would do a little bit more research. But the gist of it is just doing short and explosive inhales. So if we look at my stomach right here, I have my book right here. We're going to be doing... So we're going to suck the stomach in, and we're just going to be going in really fast, and then a slightly passive inhale. We're not even going to inhale. Your body's going to do it automatically. So you're going to sit, preferably, in a lotus pose. We got lotus going on. And, hands down in a mudra, and we're going to... And doing some rounds of that. Like I said, I would look up a recommendation, but doing maybe 120 of those, maybe 1 or 2 times, will really start to perform a purification in the body, because it starts to raise the Ayurvedic dosha, pitta, and also Agni, which is the creative force. In Ayurveda, which is the Indian system of medicine, they believe that pitta, which is one of the constitutions, determines creativity. And one of the best ways to raise that is Kapalabhati, there's a lot of other ways too, and it raises something called Agni. Pitta and Agni go hand in hand at some level. So enough of that. Let's talk about the big one. No, let's keep talking. We don't need to get to reading deprivation. If you're still with me, comment down below, hit me up on Instagram, consciousriderstribe.com, maybe subscribe to the channel. I'm really trying to get this going, so I would love to have you. I'd love to talk to you. I read all messages, reply to all messages, all comments. That would be dope. And what she starts talking about, Julia Cameron, is letting it go. Don't let it stay. And don't let these things stay in your life. And one of the best ways to change your life is to redetermine your values. And I am going to put on the website and the YouTube link comments 2 different article links. And one is and they're both by Steve Pavlina, a great personal development author. I would recommend all of his stuff highly. He has a list of values, all the values. And if I click on them right now, let me just read some of them off so you guys get the picture. Stuff like achievement, fortitude, trust, valor, piety, peace, outlandishness, optimism. And these values, what are your values right now? And by changing your values, we've talked about this before, and looking at things from a 50,000 foot above angle, you can really start to make some progress. And so I linked a list of values and how to live those values and what it means to have those values. And just writing out what values you have now, then shifting those and then posting them on your wall, like as so, then you start to really there's these subtle subconscious changes that are weird, but they work. And another person that enjoys values and talks about the power of values is David Allen in his monumental work, the classic on productivity and getting things done. And that's what the book is called, Getting Things Done. I think this is required reading for any author or any person trying to get their own business going with writing and self-published writers, because it's the ultimate system on how to get things done and how things should, because things start, right? An idea starts. Either an idea or, a piece of paper lands on your desk, and how do you delegate it? What happens? What's the process from it going from A to B till completion, period? How do things, our ideas and inflow in our life or our work function? And he's cracked the code. He's done he's like, the LSD version of productivity. So I would highly recommend David Allen, and he'll talk more about values in there. And this is, I think, people shy, all the woo and creative types, including myself, shied away. I hate this stuff. They're like, dude, you can't, it's gonna block my creativity, man. And no, and as Julia Cameron quote talks about, quote, that people frequently believe the created life is grounded in fantasy. The more difficult truth is that creativity is grounded in reality. In particular, the focused, the well-observed, or specifically imagined. And of course that's the case. The most important thing for you to be as an author, as a conscious writer, as a human, is to be pretty organized, because to be able to perform the self-analysis and then share that with others and continue the great work that you need to do is going to require a lot of organization. To be able to write a novel or write a book requires organization. And you don't need to be the most organized, but you need to be pretty damn well organized. And most people don't want to believe that, and that's why most people aren't getting things done, as David Allen would say. And with a lot of this stuff, it's about it's about having a slow change. It's about finding yourself, because the pain will come if you don't. There will be pain for whatever misalignments you have in your life. There will be pain, everybody. And the transition to your authentic and creative self is going to be hard, and there's going to be bad kriyas. There's going to be purification processes that aren't fun sometimes. And as you can see right here, I'm 18 years old and I just cracked my head open. I just cracked my head open skateboarding, and I knocked myself unconscious. And this was a pivotal moment for me. This was one of these moments where I couldn't go back, because it took me at least a year to recover on an intellectual level, to be able to read and think and write like how I was supposed to. For a couple months after, I could barely read. I couldn't read anything that was hard. Like if I was going to read like Getting Things Done or like a philosophical text that I was reading fine before, I was a dud. And at that time I was studying philosophy at Utah State University, and I was struggling so hard in my classes. I would have to read one line at a time and see if it was relevant to what I was doing in my class, because I had lost it. And like that day I was coming from class, that was not the case. And that changed my life though, because I had to start using my brain in different ways. I had to start becoming creative. I had to start looking at different perspectives on life, because I couldn't force things with my brain anymore. Like being a smart person, being intelligent, more intelligent than most people around you, there's a tendency to force it. And doing that helped me not force it anymore. Cracking my head open like that helped me not force it anymore. So that transition, something had to happen. And I'm begging you right now to make that transition by yourself, because the universe will force you to do it if you've already become enlightened enough. If you've already raised your kundalini or moved into higher consciousness, it will happen. And that 0 point between untransformed and transformed is what we see on the screen right now. This is from Carlos Castaneda's A Separate Way book cover. And where you lose the identity. To gain a new identity, you have to lose your identity. You have to destroy the false self. And in that 0 point, in that zero ground is where you lay the foundation. And if you don't have a strong enough foundation with strong values, you're not going to get anywhere. And you're going to have to restart. You're literally going to have to go back down to the bottom. There's a tower in San Francisco. It's one of the best. Let me look it up right now. Let's see. It's one of the best places to live. It is called the Millennium Tower, man. And it was supposed to be the best place you could ever live. But no one realized that they built it on sand. They didn't dig the foundation deep enough. So now it's slowly starting to lean. You can't, marbles start to roll. And in a couple of years, it's going to be unusable. The investment failed because people didn't take enough. They didn't build the foundation the right way. If they would have done that, it would be the best place to live. But now it's the worst place to live. So it's not the worst place to live in San Francisco. My God, if you go to San Francisco, you know what I mean. But Yeah. So when we finally make the transition, and this is me a couple months ago, like you start to pull it together. Conscious Writers Tribe hasn't got off like how it's going to get off in the next couple months because I haven't completed the cycle. I haven't made the transition entirely from who I was a couple years ago and who I am now, which is someone who speaks the truth, speaks motivational things to help people create more, trying to spread wisdom and knowledge and do it every single day so that we can change this world. Lift the nasty base consciousness energy with our writing. I am becoming that person, and I'm closer than I've ever been. I feel really close now. And same with you. Who do you want to be? And it may take a year or two to set that foundation. It may take a year or two to start building off that. And you may think you're doing it, but then you fall. You fall hard. Like, I've fallen hard with some of these websites. I've taken months off because I've had to restart and rethink everything. Like, even just these slides right here. This is a innovation. The productivity and the flow of these slides, helps a ton. And Julie Cameron mentions that your dreams start getting stronger when you start to build this identity, because there's going to be a dream program on this on Conscious Writers Tribe. Actually, by the time you hear this, unless you're hearing it as soon as it debuts, go check it out, because I'm going to have a full program on lucid dreaming and dreaming for writers and how to make it happen and how to make it influence your literature. Because it's crazy, because you can create a scene when you're lucid dreaming, the scene in your novel, and actually live it. Right now you can live it in your imagination, but in a lucid dream you can live it in totality, with every single sensation actually happening to you in first person point of view. So, and there we are. There it is, everybody. And observe these changes. And right now, if you don't watch the dream program, observe the changes and keep journaling about them. Journal about what's going on. Journal and feel. That's what these morning pages are. It can also be a dream journal. People don't talk about that, but you can use your morning pages as a dream journal. Write down your dreams and then get going. Write down what happened and then get going. That's what I do. I haven't really mentioned that because it's just automatic, but I write my dreams. And then I write my other dreams. And then I write about, a lot of the time at the very start, I go into dreams and like productivity stuff more and like what I want to be and character stuff. Then on page 2 and 3 is when the weird, uprooting, magical stuff happens. And I have to kind of get the conscious energy out first and then move on to that. So the next thing I want to talk about, and that she talks about, is that it's time to break the conditioning. That we have been diluted as artists, as writers, by society, and it's even factors larger than us. Sometimes it's the geomancy in society. I live here. This is where I live, Las Vegas, Nevada, in the United States. I live up here in I guess you can't see my mouse right now, but I live up in the right corner. And society has hurt us, and individual healing is the way out, because most of the time it is mass groups that hurt us. It is society that hurt us. And we think that we need to go to group therapy or be a part of groups, a writing group, to do that. No, it is the self-healing. It is the journey of you showing up every day to habits that build you, to ideas that you honor, that come from the ether, the connection, man. That is what matters. And society does not want that. Capitalism, socialism, the man, the Illuminati, the dark occultists, the awakened ones, dark and light. The light people do want us to have that. But the dark ones, they don't want that. And it's up to you to break the conditioning. And Julie Cameron has a great quote that the snowflake pattern of your soul is emerging. Each of us is a unique creative individual, but we often blur that experience, that uniqueness, with sugar, alcohol, drugs, overwork, bad relations, toxic sex, underexercise, over TV, undersleep. Many and varied forms of junk food for the soul. And exactly, there are so many forms of junk food for the soul. Instagram, unless you are following super conscious people and using it as a platform to spread your own work, trash. Facebook, trash.
almost pop music, trash. Most websites, trash, time wasters. And that's what you're going to realize on Reading Deprivation Week. You have to do it. And Reading Deprivation Week includes Instagram. It includes websites. It's everything. No reading, no websites. There's no image website. What are you going to go look at a portfolio? I guess you can do that. That's not fun though. Go look at real art. No reading. Once again, no reading. No. And during this week, you can start adding in a couple other habits because you'll have a ton of time. During No Reading Week, you have a ton of time. And all that extra time, you could be cooking, a new diet, or exercising more, taking walks, or spending time with your significant other, or writing, goddamn it, creating. You're actually doing something, man. And let's get into that right now, which is Reading Deprivation Week. And this slide this photo is a little bit messed up, everybody. This is me at the Goddess Temple of Spirituality dedicated to Sekhmet in the Las Vegas desert. And we were already talking about this, but there's so much going on in your brain. And before we get to that, let's talk about the Buried Dreams exercise. And the Buried Dreams exercise is where you list five hobbies that sound fun, 5 classes that sound fun, 5 things that you personally would never do that sound fun, 5 things that you enjoy doing, and 5 silly things you would like to try. And if you did that already, I dare you to write 5 more and don't look at the other 5. If you haven't done that already, write 10 and disregard the first 5. Focus on the last 5. You can do the first 5 later, but do the last 5 first, because the first 5 usually is your conscious mind. I usually do lists of 20. If you really want to go deep, do 20 hobbies that sound fun and take the last couple, because those are like the weird stuff that you are kind of like, why would I do that? But it gets you totally out of your comfort zone. Probably the 5 things that you've talked about, you've already done before, or you already know something about, but doing something that's totally new will blow your mind. Like doing ceramics or something. That sounds fun, but that's not up my wheelhouse at all. That's something totally random. I don't do art. Like I do art, but especially not ceramics. So check that out, do that. And now back to reading deprivation though. So reading deprivation changed my life because I had all this time, I had this energy, I had this voice back that I hadn't had in a while. And the progress on my poetry book, Silence in the Shamanic Desert, by the time you see this, that will probably be out too. Go check it out. Some dope-ass eco-poetry that's desert-based. Psychedelic, all the good stuff. So, reading deprivation week. It is time, everybody, to drop the clutter and sit, minimize, enjoy. Listen, there's a silence out there, everybody. There's a stillness. And tapping into that is one half of the equation to becoming a great author. All the noise, all the reading, all the work, that's a part of it. But before life, there was nothingness. Before sound, every single song, why your favorite song is good, not because of the melody or the harmony, it's because of the spaces between the music. The spaces between the music, the zero ground, it's what defines everything. So take this into consideration. I am asking you as a friend, as a fellow conscious writer and human being, to not read anything for a week. No work. When you're going to have a week off of work, because no documents at work. It can't be work related. Can't be school related. Literally no words can come out. If you want to write, that's fine. If you want to review a little bit of some of your fresh writing and do a little bit of editing, then do that. But I found that week, I wrote at least 100 poems that I haven't even got into yet. Because I was just flowing. I would maybe do a small revision, but most of them are just first drafts, just stream of consciousness first drafts, no revision. And whatever form of art you're doing, especially if it's something with the written word, just do that. Just write. Save it. In a week you can edit it all, and you'll have some time to let that simmer a little bit. So do the deprivation. If you've made it this far, you got this. Deprive again. I actually did 2 weeks of deprivation, and I'm doing it intermittently over the course of days for a day or two now. just as a short sprint, and keep going at it. Don't stop. Keep creating. Focus on the creating. If you are creating something right now, send it to my ass. I'll post it on social media once you release it. Nothing old though, new stuff. New stuff that you're working on right now that hasn't been released yet. And say like, yo, I'm working on this right now. And I'll say, you can fucking do it. And then when it's out, free marketing from me. Closed deal. If you're seeing this right now, I got you. So I would say that's the complete guide for this. And I'm actually going to have a complete guide to reading deprivation on the channel. It's probably going to be about 15 minutes and more concise and have a slideshow and stuff. And because I did one for the morning pages, and I feel like reading deprivation is just as important. So my name is Ian Kadanak, everybody. You guys, and let's do one last slide. Pal's book, everybody, in Portland, Oregon. I don't know if the writers have looted it yet, but fuck, if I was going to go looting, if the conscious writers were looting and pillaging in Portland, we'd be going to Pal's books. So, see everybody later. Have a great rest of your week. I plan to post another video soon. I say that every single time, but this time it's going to happen because I have a fresh brain from doing reading deprivation. Peace. What's up, everybody? This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to bring you week 5 of my deep dive into Julia Cameron's text, The Artist's Way. Week 5 is titled Recovering a Sense of Possibility. And even though it's a short chapter, even though there's a lot of fluff and whimsical stories, with the supplementary content I'm going to provide you, with an analysis of the lessons and exercises, this will become an integral part. And right off the bat, Julie talks about receiving inspiration from God. And most of us have a problem with that because we have a fractured relationship with God. If you believe in any mainstream religion, you have a fractured relationship with God. Fact. All of us are suffering from something called cosmic abandonment. I'm sure you've known someone with normal abandonment issues, parental issues, mommy issues, daddy issues. And, the typical signs of abandonment are getting in relationships too quickly or leaving too quickly or settling for bad relationships, anger, control, codependency, never wanting to be alone. These are signs of normal abandonment issues. But let's talk about cosmic abandonment, because cosmic abandonment issues are the same exact thing. Attaching too quickly to religions, moving on too quickly from religions, settling for bad situations. I mean, once again, repressed anger, overly controlling our whole world. And the reason that cosmic abandonment exists for all of us until you can break out of that cycle of trauma is that we have no idea where we came from. If you're telling me about Jesus and God and Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, any other bullshit religion, then you are off. You are suffering from cosmic abandonment. You have not transcended to starting to analyze energy and how energy comes down to us. And the solution is not the atheist. Atheism is a religion. It is a dogmatic religion. And you can tell by people who are atheists. It's one of the best ways you can tell if someone is unstuck or on the right path is you just look at a massive group of them. Think about the 100 atheists and think about how they hold themselves, what they do with their lives, how they treat others. And it's very easy to pinpoint what's going on. The extreme Christians I know are fake ass bitches, man. Excuse me, maybe not bitches. They're fake ass people, And we can look at every single religion, and there's trends, every subset, the Mormons, the Catholicism. Every single one has their own problems, but once you start realizing that a group of people should not all have problems, then cosmic abandonment starts to make a lot more sense. And there's actually a presentation on YouTube. If you probably just type in cosmic abandonment, there's a presentation on that by Mark Passio that I would recommend. I don't have that up right now. But
getting back to God, I mean, Conscious Writers Tribe, there is no religious affiliation, and there'll be no support for any content on the website with religious affiliation, because it has been a repressive and outdated cycle, and it can't be broken. The pattern can't get broken because it has so much baggage. The swamp has been flooded. There is no draining it anymore. So just saying that right now, that if you are having issues with creativity and you are religious, then it's time to go work on your life. We talked about this last week. It's time to work on your life a little bit more. It's time to research a little bit more. Spend some time in nature. Take some psychedelics. Do something. And analyze your relationship with God, with Jesus, the resurrected Son, with Muhammad, with Buddha, with Shiva. And then you can start your journey. And you're like, well, what are the answers, Ian? Well, start with a gender neutral God of infinite energy, and then we can start expanding from there into levels of consciousness and how that energy comes down to us. That's been being worked on for thousands of years by people who have been oppressed by religion. And that's the only, even if that's not true, let's say that's not true, that's the only inclusive religion. Every other religion, all it causes is separation, more separation. Why would you want to be a part of something, even if it was true, if it causes more separation and more division? Because for every single Christian, there's a person who is traumatized by that dogmatic religion. And that's what we're talking about, people. About people who have familiar trauma, who haven't had enough exploration or connection, because what starts to happen, as we see in this slide, is that when you are religious, pretend you are religious and you were raised religious, and suddenly you break out, you're liberated. People think that's the end. Go to any concert, meet any hipster. They've liberated themselves, but they have no idea what the fuck is going on when it comes to energy and God and real spirituality, even street level spirituality. They still believe in government, time, money, death, pain. All these simple concepts are like level 2 and 3. They're calling for more government. They're calling for more control. They're basing their life off of time. They're scared of death. They're worried about the oppressive structures and trying to create more. And that's how it's so funny how religious people slip or switch. A lot of the liberal people grew up in very religious households. And once again, on Conscious Writers Tribe, we are apolitical. Conservatives, liberals are all the problem, causing less separation and more integration, more healing, and not the healing, not the healing that's going on now. It's stopping the karmic cycle, stopping the wheel of dharma. And I know we're kind of getting off track, but this is so important, because once again, the people who react to religion and never break out of that familiar trauma and liberate themselves with drugs and concerts and whatever, making fun of religion, they are still on the same spectrum as religion. They are still in the same controlled line that the Christians or whatever religion they got out of is. It's easy. It's action, reaction, solution. It's the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis, antithesis. So, next slide. And what I get out of the very start of this is that you only get what you ask for from God. What you ask for is what you get. What you believe you can get and the inspiration that you can get is what you will get in return. Nothing more. Nothing more. Maybe a lot less. There, you may get a lot less. And that's an issue with vibration and alignment and coordination and calibration and coordination. And sometimes you're pushing too hard or not pushing enough or just in the totally wrong area. And that can be solved with things like meditation. And a lot of people get stuck in office jobs because they have not figured out what to ask for yet. And one of the best books on this, I think I maybe mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again for everyone out there. The Magical Path by Mark Allen. And Mark Allen is a solid author, everybody. And this is like all of his work almost in one. It's like you can basically read all of his books in this book alone. And I would recommend it for it's a very easy starter book. Unless you know about P.S. Upensky and you're already practicing ritualistic magic and have discovered the secrets of Kabbalah and the universe, then you probably should start here. It's very thorough. I've learned things. It's a great reminder. It's a great milestone checker for me. So it will be for you too. So check that out. If you like this book, check that out. I think Julie and Mark have even done some work together. So another great book about manifestation. It's the classic one, Ask and It's Given, Learning to Manifest Your Desires by Esther and Jerry Hicks. This is like early law of attraction, mid-2000s circuit, but it's still good. It's still good to get into all this. And just remember, we've talked about this before. This is just a quick aside. With the law of attraction stuff, all the law of attraction does, all this vibration, all these asks get you, like tapping into the flow, all it gets you is the idea. It gets you the spark, but then it's up to you to take action. You are waiting. You are now opening yourself up. Imagine like a wireless signal. I have a modem back here. Look at right here, right? If you're watching the video. Here's my modem. The stronger the modem, the stronger the internet connection is. If I have a weak modem, but there's a really strong broadband connection, and God and infinite energy has an infinite energy, and it can come down and give us whatever we want. But the size of our modem is determined by the size of our ask and how receptive we are to God. So I think that's very important to take into account, that we need to focus on increasing our receptivity because there's so much we can receive. And this is how I do a lot of my articles and a lot of my videos. And these are a little bit more planned out, but a lot of my videos are very intuitive. And for instance, right before this video, or earlier today, like 2 hours ago, I sat and I meditated for about 5 minutes, and I said, give me an idea for a video. I feel stuck. I haven't posted in like weeks or a month. I need some content. What should I do? And for the first couple minutes, I was thinking about Tashua Guru and doing this article and this and that. But then but the first ideas are never the ones to latch onto. The ones that come later and stay and make you feel different, a fuzzy feeling, are what you can tap into. And so that's what I got. You should do the artist way today, Ian. And you should really push hard on this series. So then I put together this presentation, read the chapter, put together the presentation. Even though I've been meaning to, and I have, been stuck on this week, it came to me. And 5 minutes before I recorded this video, I said, how should I come about this? How should I be doing this video? And I meditated, and it came across in a certain way. And that's one of the main recommendations I can give you, is to meditate, to sit in nothingness, and after asking an idea, like asking for an article idea, asking for some inspiration, asking for the idea and letting it come to you. And if you're asking for a big thing, like how do I make $10,000 in 1 month or this year through passive income, that might not come in that 5 minutes, but you need to be receptive and be looking at all times for that. And that's the same with inspiration. You call the inspiration. This thing is always on. You can make it bigger, but this thing's always on. You just have to log on. You have to get on the internet. And with all the distractions and all the things, it's hard sometimes. So doing a little bit of a stillness practice is very recommended by me. And it's really about learning to tap into the flow. There's a river, and you don't always need to be on the river. One of my favorite ways, let's see what else we got here. And there's the flow, everybody. We are tapping into the flow. And one of my best, I wish I could turn this camera around. It's a little bit sketchy to do that right now. But on my wall, right over to the right of me over here, there is 3 just pieces of paper with printed words on them that say flow, completion, care. They're triggering affirmational words to me. I have some other affirmations and goals on my wall too, like we all should. But those 3 over there, they're called primers. And that's what I want to talk about right now, is primers. Primers are very good. There are certain values or affirmations that are quick and easy. Because if you look up, I've known a lot of people, they have like a wall of affirmations. There's like 100 things. And that's okay too. But that's not really going to help you. That's for more like studying. But having primers around the house, like flow and certain words that you appreciate, help you get into that. Because your subconscious, a different level of your consciousness, and a little bit later in the presentation, I'll explain why the unconscious doesn't exist. A different level of consciousness is processing that as I'm watching that. It's helping me flow and complete and do it in a caring way. And it changes. Every couple months I do something else. A while back, it was consistency, love, and abundance, right? And it changes. And once again, it's about tapping in and understanding where you're at. But I would recommend primers, and I would recommend some affirmations on your wall, because if you're scared to do that in your own household, if you're scared to do that around your partner, to post things and say what you want, then you're scared of them. You're scared of their reaction, and you're in fucking trouble if that's the case. So tell everyone, say it out loud, because as we've talked about before, God doesn't maybe know how to get inside your head. That's a limitation that like we got from like the weird Christian programming, that God can see inside your head. We don't know if God can know what's in our head or not, right? Universal infinite energy. We don't know if it can respond to that. So the only way is through writing or through speaking. Speaking being the best, or speaking to a large, or writing or publishing to a large group of people. That is the sure way. You know, it's like Pascal's wager. We don't know. The only way to know is to say it. If this energy exists, which I know it does, you have to say it or write it to guarantee it. And let's talk about time. People believe time is real, and that's a huge part of this chapter. Let me flip through the text. Look how much I've done. The front cover's gone. This thing's on death's door. I'm going to have to get a new copy soon. And she talks about time because of the river, and there's a lot of distractions. People love the kids, wife, job, husband, loud neighbors, cat, dog. There's all these distractions, right? But time doesn't exist. And viewing it as a distraction, viewing it as that, instead of having a non-partial a non-energized reaction, will create a lot of problems for you. There is a distraction. You need to learn to become the Buddhist monk, to become zen with it, to just absorb it and not lose the flow. If there needs to be a flow in the river, and you need to prevent that by any means possible, but if the flow has been broken, just rest with it. Be like, all right, and don't give it any energy, and in the back of your mind have that goal in focus, have where you left off in focus, and finish the situation and get back to work. Brian Tracy said that. He said that when someone's distracting you, you listen for a second and say, I have to get back to work. And people really respond to that line. I have to get back to work. That's your off. Make your space and say, I have to get back to work. And don't tell anyone, but use that one occasionally and you'll see how potent that one is. And time is not real. Once again, this is one of these things with religion and capitalism and oppressive societies. Time does not exist. There is no past. The past is a memory, a collective memory. The past doesn't exist because we create the past. We are unreliable narrators. If you ever hear people tell the same story and they don't know what's going on, or I hear high school buddies tell like a more romanticized story about what happened. I'm like, that's not what fucking happened. But maybe it is. Maybe I've like degraded that experience in my mind. So who knows what happened? We are constantly creating the past and the future. The only present is now. This is very simple concept, but time does not exist. And we'll get into this more on this channel for sure when we analyze Casual Ishiguro's book in our Casual Ishiguro Nobel Peace Prize winner deep dive, everybody. Check that out. That's going to be some fire. Once again, a little bit more time. And we're just got some time slides. And let's talk about rest, because Julia talks about this, is that rest is not the opposite of work. Rest is the other side of work. Rest is the complement to work. It's like eating a date and a cashew, or like, that's not a very good one, but tequila and lime. I don't really know. I don't really do combination eating, but you guys get the gist. That they're one and the same. And taking deliberate rest, not just resting, like taking an hour or two to just rest and zone and chill out, not do anything, is very important. And this book by Alex Sujun King Pang is a very good book on this topic. I would recommend it. Check it out. Flip through it. Get a digital version. You know where to get it.
Not saying to pirate it, but sometimes if you're broke out there, you're starving out, you can't afford this. So, yes, we have rest. So once again, rest is huge goals, and huge goals don't happen in a linear fashion. We think that we got to grind and there's a schedule, but things don't happen like that always. Things flow, and things have to start and they have to stop. The river gets jammed up. There's a log jam every once in a while, and it has to stop, and it rests. Sometimes the spring, this is another thing. Sometimes winter comes and it has to sit for months until the flow of spring comes back, and then that water moves on down the river. Sometimes it's months. Sometimes it's even years for some people in certain areas of their life that they need to rest and focus somewhere else. And that's never an excuse, but maybe not years, but sometimes it might be a month or two that you need to take a break just to show yourself that you can do it. And the virtue trap will come. The virtue trap, and let's see how she defines the virtue trap. Julia, that is. And when you a lot of us make these unreasonable demands of ourselves. We need to have this huge working, like, artistic schedule, then doing this all for the kids and the wife and all these things, but that stuff comes second. That's why working in the morning, fast and hard, is important. Because if you can get it done in the morning, then it's done for the day. If you can get your time and get your effort in and get what needs to be done fast, then you can make sure that you get it done every single day. And that's always been my recommendation. I fail at that all the time. That's something that I'm trying to do. That's like one of the main things I'm trying to do right now. And we are virtuous to a fault because a lot of creative people are very emotional. We are very emotional, and we connect with others. We want to be with them. We want to do what they're doing or cave into their demands, but you can't if you're going to get things done. Solitude is the key to creativity. You know, you're going to have to be alone for 48 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week to actually get work done at a level, unless you hit the big publishing deal or you have the connections or you're networking like a motherfucker. You are not going to get independent and big unless you're lucky or you put in that time, the 48 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. There's literally no other way. That's how it goes in our society. Some of the other cool things are, of course, the virtue trap quiz. Doing that is very revealing. If you have a discrepancy in your life, I did that tonight. Very alarming. You see that immediately, the discrepancies with the virtue trap quiz. Also, the forbidden joys exercise. We've done that a couple times. That's not too different. But one of the ones I really like and I think you should take seriously is the I wish exercise. And she limited it to 20, but if you really want to go ham tonight, I did 50. I should have maybe even did 100, because by 40 or 50, once again, with some of these lists I was talking about making, the end ones, when you have to start grinding them out and you're like, what the hell am I going to say? That's when your intuition starts kicking in and suddenly the great answers start coming out. Like my list. I wish the sun didn't shine so much. I live in Las Vegas, one of the sunniest places in the world. I wish it didn't shine so much. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I've never thought about that, but it was like just kind of a random thought. I mean, I do think about that, but I wish there was a well. You know, there's not a well when we have Yucca Nuclear Mountain right next to Las Vegas. Of course not. You know, just stuff like that. It's like, you know, that was the last two on the list. The other ones were a little bit, you know, they were cool and they were right, but they were fluff in a sense. Those are integral things that I don't ever think about. I think about a lot of the other stuff, maybe not in consciousness, and getting it down, you know, can help you once again show the infinite energy of what's going on. So I would recommend doing that. And to close, you know, some of the tasks, these tasks are for you, and I can't really tell you how to do them because, and we go over them some weeks, but these ones were pretty self-explanatory. Just do them and use your intuition and do them well. And for a closing concept, let's talk about the unconscious is for beginners. There are different levels of consciousness and different forms of communication. a lot of us need to talk. The unconscious is very good for beginners because it helps show them that there's something deeper out there. There's repression. There's hate and guilt and anger and lust and all these crazy things that they've been holding back for a long time. And then when they would release it, it's easy to define it and locate it and probe into like closed people. Like it's like dealing with like a kid or something when you're like helping someone get out some repression. It's like, dude, how did you hold this in for so long? It's like more work to hold it in than to let it out. But there are different levels of consciousness, like we talked with the primers. And there are different forms of communication. Communication happens not just human to human, but with every single kingdom out there. We think that like our relationship with the earth is the most important. Like our relationship with animals, global warming, that's important. But the fungi kingdom has a relationship with the animal kingdom. There's so many different interrelationships and forms of communication and nonverbal communication and levels of consciousness to the point of infinity. And being able to tap into those and being able to prime it in that way, being able to look at it through that way instead of there's the conscious and the unconscious. You know, Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious. Looking at it like that is important. It is important, and the collective unconscious does exist, but it's a lot bigger than that. These are concepts from the 1920s and the 1930s. We have definitely transcended some of these things, but for like I said, most people have it. 99.9% of people have not yet. So I think that's the end of the presentation, everybody. Comment down below, subscribe, send me a message on Instagram or on the website. I'd be more than happy to talk with you about anything over, email, phone, anything that you want. I want to support you on your conscious journey to becoming an influential author in this community. Anything I can do for you, let me know. If you guys have anything else, I will see you guys later. This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com. Peace. What's up, everybody? This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to bring you week number 6 into my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. So, this week's chapter is titled Recovering a Sense of Abundance. And abundance has been a buzzword for the last 20 years. In the New Age community, and it's even moved into the financial community, like corporate life. Like, we want to feel abundant, and abundance is weird because a lot of us think money, but there is a huge list of things that you can feel abundant or scarce in that are just as important as money. Things such as your friends, your relationship with your job, your relationship with working out, your relationship with where you live, your social life, your health, your diet, your art, your spirituality, relationship with nature. We can go on down the list, right? And having a scarce relationship with money is just one area. But as artists who are trying to live, it is one area that is important because a lot of us have lack in that area. If you're an artist, you probably have a lot. People want to be your friend unless you're like a recluse. People want to, you already know. You've read enough books to understand spirituality. Like, you have a lot of you've read books to know about your health and how to exercise. Shout out Yoga for Authors. Go check out that website, everybody. yogaforauthors.com, launching soon. But when we have these, abundance is a lot larger, but Julia Cameron in this section focuses on money and our relationship with money. And she ties God to that. And that God, we have this, even if we view God as like a good entity or energy or person, if you believe in a bullshit religion, we think that God doesn't want us to have money, that the energy source for whatever reason doesn't want us to have money. Maybe we haven't had money for the last decade and we haven't been able to open ourselves up to the channel and flow of money. But I'm here today to tell you
that it's all about your co-creative relationship with the higher entity, with whatever we want to define it as. And Julia talks about a lot of this. But it's time to heal that relationship. We've talked about this for the last 2 weeks. If you are part of a religion, you are in a traumatized, oppressed cult. Yes, not Charles Manson or Jonestown type cult, but a very uniform, very constraining cult on your mind, on your body, and on your soul. And the way to recover that is to learn to not live in extremes anymore. Because sometimes we want to force our whole life. We want to force everything. We don't want to tap into the ether. We don't want to tap into co-creative energy. We want to force the whole picture. And when we do that, we are like stamping on, that on our co-creative relationship with a higher energy. And if you are 100% objective, let's say you are an atheist, you're into scientism, you're an engineer type person, what I would say to you is that connecting with your best self. We can call this connecting with your best self. If we don't want to say, God or any of that, your highest potential as a human being, if you're forcing it too much, then you're forcing through objectivity what you think that highest self wants. But you don't know that because you would already be that. You'd already be maximizing your potential. And I'm here to tell you that it's half heart, half mind. And a lot of us want to do it with all of our mind. But there are some people, and actually a lot of them are artists. A lot of people who force too much are not artists. A lot of the artists flow too much. They let this energy take them away too much. And what happens with that is that you might have beautiful art. You might be able to tap into the flow and be wooey. But you suddenly are taken into situations with your, not just your art, but in your life that are perplexing to you, that cause issue. I know a lot of emotional, empathetic, and artistic people who are way more talented than I am, but they're in just garbage relationships. They're stuck in bullshit religions because they are too soft. They didn't use their mind too much. That they didn't use their mind enough to go and force a situation, force an outcome. And once again, it's about taking the middle path, especially with spirituality. If we're talking about politics, like, oh, well, I'm a centrist, then that's a different story. But when we're talking about religion, going up the middle in a non-hierarchical way seems to be the right solution, so we don't have to kill billions of people like has happened. Maybe we haven't killed. Well, religion has probably killed billions of people, if not hundreds of millions. In the 20th century alone, 250 people died from democide, which is innocent people being killed by governments. So that is a terrible statistic, everybody. I mean, just a side note, I'm going to keep asking this on the channel. If there were no government starting in 1900, how many people do you think would have been killed by, zero, but how many people do you think would have been killed by random civilians? Do you think the small militias and the small factions around that, if it got too big, we would, the larger mass of people would have killed 250 million people? If we would have focused on that, and that's the same with this century and the next century, it's going to be a lot higher. It's a lot easier to figure out how to live in autonomy than it is to figure out how to live with masters. So, anyway, that's a side note. But the artist right here, we want to be open. We want freedom. We want autonomy. And one of the limiting beliefs I hear is like, whoa, there's too much. Plato said it. Those who seek too much freedom are the ones who become most enslaved. And that's true. But I'm not talking about freedom from the man or freedom from these things. We're talking about the liberation of consciousness across the globe. Every single person having the knowledge to not hurt others, to not steal from others, and try to be charitable. That can happen. And that's one of the most fractured relationships with God. God is trying to tell us that. That higher energy wants us not to hurt people, not to do bad things. It wants us to be charitable, but doesn't want us to start organizing into hierarchies and living in master-slave relationships? Obviously not. So, time to get out if you're caught up in a religion. And if you want to comment about that, if you want to talk to me about that, I got you. So the other thing that Julia Cameron doesn't talk about with abundance is the societal programming, that there are so many people who will down you if you want to be an artist. It's crazy. Even just the snide comments. The whole capitalist structure is built against artists because you're not really producing anything that's essential, right? It of course art is the most probably essential thing around to help shape our hearts and minds, but in terms of what corporations think and the government thinks and the public education system that created most of us thinks, art is not important because art is subversive to the whole system in general. It can cut right through it. It has no stake in the game. People who are on pension plans, like if you're working at a corporation right now, if you start going too ham, guess what? They're going to nick you. You're off. You're off the pension plan, your retirement, your 401k, your benefits, all gone, your status. But if you are an artist full time and you have complete freedom on all of your platforms and you're not, multiple streams of income, suddenly you can start saying shit and you don't have to be censored anymore. And that is just one of the ways there's already an oppressive gateway that you have to walk through as an artist. Have you been told that you're going to be a starving artist? Why is that even a term, starving artist? What hardworking artist do you know that isn't secure, that's been doing it for a decade or two? Hardcore, 8 hours a day. What artist do you know in their field that's not making money and living okay? None. How many know that can't put food on the table? None. Because if they worked 8 hours a day for 20 years, even if they weren't making any money on their art, there'd be people around who'd be helping them. I know a guy who lives up in Utah, and he used to host like a radio talk show, internet radio show about like autonomy and freedom. And it was like from the angle of like legalese. And he never asked for money. There was no donations. But somehow he's just met a couple people and they've helped him stay afloat with his research and what's going on. And basically, I'm sure he lives in a house with roommates and he's doing his research, but he's going with it. He's probably only been going for 7 or 8 years. So that is one of the things that you need to watch out for. There's not just the programming with God. There's a programming in terms of society. And there's also programming in terms of your friends and family, because they don't want, it's hard for them, at least some of them. And you can't tell who the snakes in the grass are going to be. Could be the person you expect most or expect least. They do not want you to become an artist because that's all they want. They don't want to go to their goddamn day job where there's some fucking pervert harassing them or there's some asshole boss. They don't want to be there. And when they hear you and see you trying to succeed and you to a level that you don't have to deal with that, they're going to be pissed. They are going to be pissed and do everything they can. And sometimes silence or negligence is just as negative as if they say something. I'd rather have someone be like, that's not going to work, Ian, than like me tell them like this huge plan and I'm all excited and they're like, oh man, cool, sounds awesome. Like that type of enthusiasm. If I was like, yo, I'm going to medical school, I'm going to be the best hand surgeon of all time, blah, blah, blah. They'd be like, oh man, that's so cool. Whoa, that's crazy. But if I'm like, I'm going to be the greatest poet all time, they're going to be like, what? Poetry. And another thing that Julie Cameron discusses is work can be play. And a lot of the reason that that abundance doesn't flow in a certain area is play. Because all scarcity is blindness to an opportunity. And opportunities are all around us. And us learning those is what can help us. Us learning to see those opportunities is the key to all of this. And the way to that is to be playful. If you're always so focused, you can't see what's around you. You can't see. Like, for instance, I wrote down 100 different ways that I can make money in 2021. And it took me a while, but 100 different streams of income that I could do in 2021 to show my mind that there is so much potential. Any one of those ideas can make me money, and none of them are like a job. They're all very playful. And I would recommend maybe you doing the same thing. But if you are not aligned, nothing. If you are aligned, excuse me, everybody. If you are aligned, nothing needs to feel like work. You can do whatever you want with ease, even if it's taxes, even if it's the worst part of your job. But if you're working for a corporation that's not helping the world, or it's iffy if they're helping the world, you're not going to be aligned. You're not going to be in the flow. You're not going to want to do that. You're going to be tired. It is going to suck. It's so obvious, but we all keep doing it for the bills, for the money, for the car payment, for the house payment, for the kids. All these things that should have been thought of before. But now that you are an artist, and if you have those things, it's time to step up and work hard so that you can still, take care of that business and be an artist. Because your art can change the world. Like, no, this book is not for this course at least is not for the pitter patterers, the people who are going to be, the totality of their life is just drawing some things in their journal or writing some poems they never share. This is for the people who want to push the bar and change the world, because you feeling a little bit better about your life and then not helping others, your life is a waste. You've done nothing. You've left the next generation with nothing better. Nothing substantial better, substantially better. They won't be able to say in whatever chosen niche, like, wow, Claudia really like was pivotal to like what we're doing right now. You can do that. Even if you're 70 years old, you can make that happen the next 10 or 15 years while you're still alive. And where are you wasting your energy? Instead of, being able to play, where is this energy going? Because it's making you not abundant. And we've talked about this time and time again. This is just another lesson. Where is this energy going? And wherever it is going, just understand it. And that's been a lot of this course. Write down, for instance, like this week we're counting money. That's one of the big exercises. Write down where you're spending your money. We've written down what we're doing with our time. We've written down what we've done, reading deprivation and morning pages, and like a couple different exercises like this that make us more aware. And why would we waste, you don't have to, if you have obligations, right? If you have a job that you have to go to or family events, there is a way to not use as much energy. You can be just as happy, just as engaged, but it's about non-attachment. This is pro tip, everybody. If you're at that family party, if you're in a fight, if you're like doing, a verbal argument, don't attach. Just listen and try not to like use the least amount of energy possible, because that's taking away from something else. And if you have to do the job, if you have to do these things, that's fine. Become invisible. Become like a ghost. Use magic and spirituality to fly under the radar while you're hustling these other projects. And one of the other key things about that Julia talks about in this chapter is luxury. And she really harps on the items that you can buy, like buying yourself something nice. And I would recommend doing that if you're in the position to do that. One of the things I recommend for all writers is buying a fountain pen. If you don't have a fountain pen, it's time to invest. It's got fountain pens all over the house. It feels better as a writer. It feels, you want to write with the best utensils possible. You want to write and feel good and feel flow with what you write. And not only improves your handwriting, but it feels cool to be using ink and like a really dope pen. Something like that can go a long ways. Trust me on that, because you want to use it. You want to see what it feels like to write or to type or to paint, whatever brush. And nothing is too much. Once again, if it's for your art, if it's for the betterment of the world, the universe will replace that money eventually. It will find a way. And that's why we're counting money, is to help save money. And she's using this word as luxury instead of abundance. Like she's like an abundance, luxury of time and luxury of space. So if you want an abundance of time, you need to start viewing time as not non-existent. You need to learn and honor how you feel instead of what's going on in your mind. Going with how you feel with a guideline. Like if we look right here, I have some stuff on the wall, right? These are guidelines to what I want to do for the week and for the month. And I'm trying to follow them, and they're like guiding me, but nothing is in stone. There's no 8 a.m. I'm doing this. And once again, it's in the middle. I negotiated these things. I felt into these things, and now it's up to me. I negotiated and felt like these are the things that need to happen from my intuition. And now it's up to me to basically pick what I feel like doing the most, and then doing it for 3 to 6 hours, and trying to get a big chunk done. And the luxury of space, like being able to have a home office, like that's organized. Oh, like here's a writing desk. Here's printers, and I have a standing desk, and there's room over there. Like it's having the luxury. It's like Why would I want to live in New York City when I can live in someplace like Las Vegas and afford a house like this for the same price as like a studio apartment? Like, what are you thinking? Like, what is going through people's minds? I don't know, but space is important. Living in an apartment sucks. Like, transcending out of that lifestyle is going to be very helpful. And then the abundance of creativity. And creating that abundance starts with living an interesting life. It starts with being healthy and well rested. And this week is kind of a weird week. There wasn't too much in here. It was a pretty light week in terms of what we're doing, but this stuff is some of the most important stuff. And I would recommend checking out Steve Pavlina's course. That's Pavlina, Pavlina. Steve Pavlina's course, Deep Abundance Integration. And I might be able to, let's see. Never mind. I was going to try to show that website, but Deep Abundance Integration, everybody, if you've made it this far, it's $99. I have no connection to it. It's a great course. Go check it out. See if you like it. I would say it's the best course right now on abundance that you can buy. Anyway, everybody, this is Ian Cadenat checking out of week 6 of the deep dive into the artist's way. Peace. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Ian Cadenac, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to present to you a conscious writer, a conscious artist, week number 7 of my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. Last week, we got into God, but this week we're getting into listening. We're getting into how to overcome jealousy, how to transcend the limitations put on you as an artist. We're going to be bringing in more books than ever, more philosophers than ever, because this is a pretty beefy chapter. This chapter compared to the other chapters, this one's pretty beefy, and chapter 8's beefy also. We're talking 20, 30 pages, as the last chapter was about 10 pages. And if you are still here, if you've been listening or watching, this is your first time here, hit subscribe, because I am trying to create a new baseline for conscious artists out there. And by conscious artists, I mean individuals who create content that is trying to change the world. Not for money, not for fame, or to feel good about themselves, to make a substantial change within their lifetime in the world. And by substantial change, I mean less violence, more love, less hierarchy. Boom. So, to get there though, we need to learn to listen. And there is a great book by Michael P. Nichols called The Lost Art of Listening. I read it on ebook a couple years back. And I would also recommend the book Nonviolent Communication on this. But it has become hard for us to listen because of our ungrounded lifestyle and society. And the two times when it's hardest to listen are when someone's telling you something you already know, like by heart. If someone's telling me about like a book I've read 10 times and it's redundant, especially like if I'm mentoring youth or something and they're telling me, sometimes I'm just like, yeah. But that's the time when it's most important to listen, because if you ask any pro writer or pro athlete, the fundamentals are what's most important. They've drilled the fundamentals a million times more. And all the fancy stuff that they do is just like the icing on the cake. So if you surround yourself with conscious people, then you will, hearing the same thing over and over again will be fine, and you should be listening because they're going to be saying something substantial. And the other side of the coin is when someone is saying something that you disagree with, or that's very polarizing. If you're in the fake world of politics and you're on one side, if you like Joe Biden and there's a Trumper going off, you just shut them off because they're an idiot. Or if you're a Trumper and the Biden people are talking, you shut them off because they're an idiot. But that is a very important time because someone is offering an alternative perspective. And you can also see I like to listen in those situations when I know someone is totally wrong, totally off base in objective reality, and even the multi-consciousness reality. They're just coming from a very weird or like off perspective that's like very polarizing or militant. I like to listen because it helps me see some of their psychological weaknesses so that in places where I don't have to go wrong. But if you structure your life right, you don't ever have to deal with any of those people. It's very hard for me to get in situations with those people, and it's 100% my fault. If you're going to a fucking bar still, if you're going out to bars, you're going to meet dumb people. If you're going out to watch a football game or even to just random social events that have no real merit, that aren't based on anything, you're going to get hit with so much fluff. That's obvious. If you're talking to your friends from high school still that haven't evolved, fluff. Who cares about the drama? Who cares about the gossip? But one of the main things about listening, and what Julia Cameron is talking about, she's really not talking about listening in terms of like listening. But to be an artist, I think listening is important, especially if you want to be a writer, for dialogue, to understand what's going on, to understand the nature. But she's talking about what we've been talking about the past couple weeks, but I don't think she's talking about in an as elegant of a way. And if you're just tuning in for week number 7, go check out week 1 through 6, especially week number 6 if you're interested more in creating a co-creative relationship. And I got into that so bad the last week, and it's on all over this channel. But listening and improving your relationship with force and flow and with your higher self or a higher consciousness will help more than, like, it's a beautiful experience. And she recommends making sure you do your artist date. And I would recommend making sure to spend some time alone in nature, because that's when that energy really starts to seep through. Even if you're not doing art, it will help reset you. And let's talk about Schelling. And excuse me as I grab the book. We have Mr. Schelling right here. And this book is the first outline of a system of the philosophy of nature. And if you are not into philosophy, then I wouldn't really recommend this book. I would recommend Michael Tessarion's Intro to Schelling. Let's see if I can pull that up. I think it's called Friedrich Schelling, kind of like Friedrich Nietzsche. Michael Tessarion is a controversial figure, but the book is called Schelling, Understanding German Idealism. And it's very important if you want to go deeper with creativity, I think, and I made this connection years ago, that Schelling had this philosophy of nature, and he thought that God, I mean, you've probably heard this before. This is the old adage that God, we are conscious and we have an unconscious, right? Well, where did our unconscious come from? Where did nature come from? Why do we have this? And some would say that God, Schelling would argue that God created nature as a way to realize his subconscious, because God also has a subconscious. The higher energy isn't perfect. It isn't this omnipotent conscious being. It also has different levels of consciousness. And I think we talked about it on this channel that there really isn't an unconscious. That's a beginner word. There's different levels of consciousness in communication. But Schelling really tapped into, and then so God, we're just using God, realizes itself, I'm sorry if I was saying himself, through nature, and God's unconscious is realized through infinity. And this is getting into the Kabbalah and other occult knowledge. But the reason to talk about this is that there is a connection to nature. There is a connection. There's different levels. And Julia Cameron is talking about our relationship with God. And God is a creative being. God is pure creation. All around us is pure creation. And I'm sure you've heard this, let me let the cat out, that from the Christians, like, oh, sorry, everybody. God is so perfect. The world, how can it not be that there's a God out here creating this world? And we, once again, like I said, if you're a Christian, get the fuck out of here. If you're a Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish,
there really is no place in Conscious Writers Tribe. Do we need to be accepting? Yes, but are we dealing with low vibration people? No. So, our relationship with God and the way to connect most with God, your higher self with higher energy, is through creation, through the breaking of the flow. We talked about auto-wrong, the traumatized self, the frozen self. That's why it's important. And one of the main blockages of this flow, and we've talked about this a little bit, I think maybe in the first couple weeks, is perfectionism. And I'm going to recommend this book again because I'm sure I have before. And it is The Gifts of Imperfection. Let Go of Who You Think You Are Supposed to Be and Embrace Who You Are by Brene Brown. And Brene Brown is very cliche out there. Like, Brene Brown, like all over Instagram, quotes and TED and YouTube and TV and blah, blah, blah. But she has some good points, and especially this book. Some of her later books, like Daring Greatly and stuff that I've read, don't hit this mark. This one's short and to the point. And she says that perfectionism is not the same thing as striving to be your best, because striving to be your best has no blockage. That's just moving. That's pure movement. Perfectionism is not self-improvement, because if you're being a perfectionist, you're not self-improving. Some of us, focusing on improving ourselves every single day and putting in the work will make sure that we get projects done. Focusing on those goals will make sure that it happens for us. But worrying about perfection, and we've all done it, will kill our consciousness. It will kill that creative force. Because God is not perfect. God makes mistakes. Energetically, things happen that aren't correct. It happens all the time. We got programmed so hard by Christianity and all this stuff. God's the omnipotent and perfect being, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Look around you. Look at the destruction. Yes, we have free will, but there's also, if you understand energy, nothing can be perfect. There's chaos out there. There's mismanagement. If God really is omnipotent, sometimes he probably mismanaged situations, because I've been a part of what felt like divine situations, but then I realized that everything seemed aligned, but then there was these little cracks in the system with certain relationship partners or with jobs or something, and it just all came tumbling down, like, and was more chaotic than anything else, and it probably outright to a higher energy seemed like a good match, but inwardly it wasn't examined enough. And sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes God, or energy puts you together with the best potential partner in your general area. Your best potential partner probably doesn't even live on this continent. They're probably somewhere else. But obviously, you're not going to link up with them. So, continuing on, perfectionism is a self-destructive and addictive belief system that fuels this primary thought. And it really is an addictive thought, because people, as we'll talk about, I think maybe next week, spend years not creating art. They spend years focusing on certain poems. All of academia is a fucking perfectionist nightmare. It's a fucking, we'll get into this later, but it is an addictive belief system. And quote, these are all quotes. Perfectionism is self-destructive simply because there's no such thing as perfect. Yes, there's the only thing that is perfect is now, the moment, consciousness, awareness. That is perfect because it is unbroken. But why would you want to control that? But we do try to control that. Perfectionism is addictive because when we invariably do, because we all experience shame, judgment, and blame. All of us are going to get it. All of us experience this all the time, and it's part of the human experience. We're going to, talk about this more next week, actually. But just as a side note, there are ways to reduce the spam comments, and they're not unethical. You can shut off your YouTube comments. You can turn off the dislike. You can just create to create. You can self-publish. You can market the way you want to. You can literally have, I would actually recommend that for a lot of people, because, and to leave a contact form on your website that asks them that with a statement that says, please, in this message, strive for authenticity and treat me as a human being. And then maybe make them answer a question, right? Like what is 2 + 2? So they're not a bot, and have some bot stuff. And you're going to get a lot less spam. For someone to have to go to your website and go to your contact form and contact you is a lot easier, is a lot harder than just spamming this is dumb, you don't understand anything, on the bottom of somebody's YouTube channel. For someone to reach out to you in a non-public platform, like on your website is a lot harder because it's also private. A lot of people get off on being down in the YouTube comments talking shit. I have like a zero tolerance policy, even because why would I want to deal with trolls? Why would I want to engage in that? And maybe one day when I can't handle the comment section, I'll just shut off the comments. When that hits that point, I will do that. And it's sad, but why would you deal with that? Why would you deal with negativity? Not just for you, but for your audience. Maybe you don't even read the comments and you just let them slide. And that's maybe cool too, but why would you let your audience be reading this stuff? Because there's blocked people everywhere. There's people out there who want to tear you down because they're not doing anything. I have never seen someone on YouTube or Instagram who's talking shit, who has a public profile. Not just, some of them have a public profile and are doing something. Like actually doing something artistic. If they're critiquing artists, none of them have a public profile and books on sale. None of them. Because it doesn't go together. These people are projecting out. Like, I critique people. I'm going to be critiquing people. But it's because their books are garbage. It's because they actually deserve it. They're getting lifted up by publishing houses and stuff as a marketing ploy and as a tactic to keep us at base level consciousness. And some of my favorite works on this, on recovering from some of these feelings of shame and judgment and jealousy, which she talks about, is Carol Trueman, Healing Feelings from Your Heart, which we think we talked about this in week number 1 or 2. Once again, we're bringing up a lot of old people, but if you haven't got these books yet, excuse me, everyone, I'm sorry, that was maybe loud. If you haven't got these books yet, get the books. And then Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. This is the one I would recommend everybody to start off with. Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. Carol K. Trueman. And she has a very intricate and interesting and unique system to dealing with your emotions that I think unprecedented. I did not know it. She uses something called the script. We talked about it. If you've been watching all these, but I would just recommend checking it out. Jealousy. So jealousy is a big thing. Have you ever felt jealous of somebody? Have you ever felt jealous of a relationship partner or someone you had a crush on? We all have. But how deep does your jealousy go? For a long time, my jealousy ran very deep. It was a wicked form of jealousy, man. For years, probably. And I don't know where that came from. I think that came from a fear of rejection, a fear of loss of love, and just being around unaligned people that I felt like the whole world, maybe you felt this, that the whole world, like if I lost this person or if something happened, that the whole world was shit and there was no one else out there for me. And that's a very toxic pattern. That's a very toxic behavior. And if anyone ever tells you that, like, oh, you'll never find anyone better than me, dump them now. Like that type of shit does not fly because that's not true. And one of the ways I overcame jealousy is just exploring in the extremes. Like, for instance, in relationships, trying to explore open relationships, polyamory. That's a very easy way to confront the darkest shadows in terms of relationships. And maybe that's not for everybody, but if you're single and you want to and you know you have some jealousy issues and nothing seems to be happening, maybe even just reading into polyamory and reading how and talking to polyamorous people and knowing how they do it. I learned most of it from just talking to them and seeing how they process them. Like, dude, I mean, why? Once again, it's the Christian model. A lot of these things are these Christian models, and there's no monogamy or polyamory is not better, but a lot of this stuff has been programmed into us, and we shouldn't necessarily feel jealous over stupid things. Like, yes, if you're at a party and your girlfriend's getting hit on by a fucking male model, you're gonna be like, oh man, like it's gonna feel weird. But being jealous about that later, being spiteful about a situation that you couldn't control and that your partner handled well, that's when things start to get weird. And one of the most perplexing things about jealousy is you should want people to be happy. You should want people to have fun and like feel good. And it's just a projection out of your own self. And so we've been hearing that since elementary school. Risk taking. So I have an interesting perspective on this because I have taken a lot of risks. I was into extreme skiing and extreme sports, martial arts. Like I've suffered a lot of injuries. I was just out longboarding right now. Like I've taken a lot of risks in my life. I've said a lot of things. I've gotten fired from a lot of jobs. I haven't taken a lot of shit. I mean, I have, of course, but I've felt like I've lived a risky life, but it doesn't really feel that risky because pain does not exist. Social pressure does not exist. The government does not exist. Time does not exist. It's all up to you to define and create your life. And a book I really like on this topic it's called Eddie Would Go, and it's about a surfer named Eddie. Let's see. A surfer named Eddie Akui, and he's big wave surfer from Hawaii, local boy, and it's kind of a life story, and it's about taking risks in his life and moving forward and competing against like the rich white kids, and it's really good. But spoiler alert, at the end, I'm not going to tell you how he dies. Eddie dies in the most noble way possible, like the most badass and noble way, and he took a risk, man, and sometimes you need to look at those things. You need to understand those dynamics. I would also recommend the documentary Like a Lion about Tanner Hall, the greatest skier of all time, and his recovery from 2 career-ending injuries, 2 separate incidents. And sometimes things go wrong, man. Like my best friend, when I was 19, we lived in Oregon. We were both ski instructors, and he died in a preventable ski accident. He died by being dumb and being too cocky in the wilderness and taking too much risk. And he gave me this book. He was on an ego risk-taking trip, but most of us are not, or most of us are taking it in weird ways, like even skiing and stuff. Like that's getting it out, but why wouldn't I want to be risk-taking on that same level with my website, with this Conscious Riders Tribe community, and trying things out on that same level, like how I risk my body? And you should think of it that same way. Why not risk your sanity? Why not risk your framing of reality? Why not risk what your job, your house payment, your pension plan, all these things that are bullshit? Because once again, pain does not exist. Happiness is relative. Money and happiness do not correlate, especially once you get over like $50,000 a year. It doesn't matter anymore. None of this stuff really connects except what you want, what your desire is. And as we've seen, art is connected to trauma. Art is connected to God. Art is connected to nature. Art is connected to you being and becoming your highest self. So that is all, everybody. Let's look at some of the exercises. I didn't really see any ones in this week 7 that I like. So once again, these are really for you. I talked about these before, but this program is for you. I'm just here to provide some extra resources and get you motivated to be a writer. This is not a vlog about what I've done and like a lot of these other Artist Way series. They're kind of garbage. And yes, I'm ranting. Yes, it's a little bit out there. But this is for you. This is not a fucking joke. You need to transcend trying to prove something to your parents. You need to transcend trying to prove something to everyone else. And you need to change the world. Boy, girl, man, woman, it, they, whatever pronoun you want, you can do it. Please. Don't settle for less. Publish. Watch my writing motivation series. But that is all for today, everybody. I will see you guys later. This is the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com. Hit subscribe. Peace. What's happening, all my artists out there? This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to present to you week number 8 in my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. So if you guys have been following along on this journey, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment down below, tell me how it's been going, or if this is your first time here, enjoy the video, maybe check out number 1 through 7 and the rest of the series because it will be uploaded by the time you see this. Plus some of the supplementary videos about reading deprivation and the morning pages. But week number 8, everybody, is titled Recovering a Sense of Strength. And I think it's funny that it's week 8 and we're dealing with strength, because number 8 in the tarot is, in the major arcana of the tarot, is strength. So I think that it's super cool that there's that connection. And if we want to go look, if you want to look up the strength card right now, and if we look at the strength card right here, we see a female. She's anointed. She has a crown, it looks like, even though it's not like maybe a real crown. So it's an enlightened being. And she is, the infinity symbol is on top of her. So she has, and then, which is the 8, which is interesting, strength 8. But then if we look down at the lion, she's not, would think this lion's attacking her, but she's taming the wild lion. She's one with strength. She's one with the wilderness, which I think is pretty freaking dope. But that is just a side note for everybody. I actually am going to be starting a series called Literature and Tarot, or Writing and Tarot, pretty soon. So once again, by the time you see this, you'll probably be able to look up that. If you're interested in the tarot, check that out. But week number 8, recovering a sense of strength. The first thing that she talks about here is survival, and artistic survival. And it hurts when people talk shit. Like, even on this YouTube channel, I've had more trolls than I would even know was possible, with only having like 2,000 people viewing it up till this point. And just saying the most random shit ever. Same on my Instagram channel. Just people coming in saying, it could be anything. It could be well-intentioned, but there is a way around that, everybody. And I'm talking about the third solution. There is the way where you could ignore it or respond to everything, or you could just totally opt out of all criticism that you don't want. And then you might be like, whoa, how are we supposed to get better? In 2021, you can self-publish. And if you assemble a group of people around you then who are positive, then they can tell you in a positive way if your work sucks, if this isn't good, if this isn't right. There is an elegant way to tell you that this piece of art is garbage. And you can have friends who can do that for you. But you don't need to see any comments, any up-down votes, or anything else that you don't want. If you can't handle that, if you're not ready for that, if you don't have a plan, or just throws you off, like sometimes it throws me off a lot, then you can skip all that. And I would actually recommend skipping that until you're too big to skip it. Like, why would there's this whole thing about fan engagement, and we talked about this last week. You don't need to do that. And we have a quote a quote from the text is, teachers, editors, mentors are often authority figures or parent figures for a young artist. And that's what it turns into. And I have an anecdotal story that just happened. I know a guy, and he's helping out this kid. He's not really a kid anymore, but they met each other when like the kid was in high school, and this guy was like one of his martial art teachers. And this kid had, we'll call him John. That's not his real name. John comes from a very religious family. He isn't affiliated with this religious family, with religion. But his parents basically are saying, if you're not going to be religious, we're going to throw you out of the house. So when he turns like 17, 18-ish, he gets thrown out of the house because he doesn't want to be a part of this religion. And my friend, we'll call him Rob. Rob takes John in. And Rob, is helping John out. Rob pays for John's school. And John, is doing great. But the problem, though, is that Rob suddenly became an authority figure for someone who didn't need another authority figure in their life. And it happened in a different way, because Rob lets John do whatever. Rob lets John have girls over and do whatever drugs he wants and live a certain way. But he put Rob on this certain path, like you need to do this, this, and this and get this job because it's easy and I can hook you up and like help you. And that's what it turned into. And suddenly he became the authority figure. And John is now in a mental asylum because of all this religious trauma and then being too constrained in this other part of his life. This is just one of many stories. I'm sure you have stories like this where someone leaves their family, leaves their religion, and gets in a bad relationship, enters into a weird other religion, or enters into workaholism, working too much. Like, there's a lot of different avenues of escape. And you want to make sure when you move out of an authority situation that you don't move into another authoritative situation. And teachers are often blocked. If you in the public education system, there's a few gems, but 99% of the time, they're not gems. Editors, editors are working to push out products they think can sell. They want to turn your writing into something more publishable, not more creative. Mentors, they all have their own grand design for you. They all can see things that you can't see, and they think that's okay. But sometimes you need to go through those mistakes. So it's good to take guidance, but anyone that's over authoritative, just bail out. Like, you don't need to do that. And that gets to another thing that she talks about is the ivory tower, which is academia. And I'll just say it right now. For most people, for 99% of people, academia is not good. And for artists, MFA programs, creative writing programs are a fucking joke. And I'll tell you why. The main reason they are is it's because they provide artists money for not doing anything. There's no incentive for them to do anything. I did a creative writing program. I know a lot of people. I was a part of that community for a long time, and no one is releasing books. No one is on YouTube like this. There is almost no content being done. My professors, who had been writing for decades, only had a couple books out, and they weren't even good. A lot of these people never release books. You spend 3 years in an MFA program to not even release something significant or good. As we've seen that model get broken because there's self-published authors out there who are writing, a couple books a year that are just as high of quality. If you write for 4 to 10 hours a day and treat it like a job, you could get out a couple books a year, no matter what type of book you're doing. But that would kill the system, because if people were releasing books, then they wouldn't need to be in a program. And that's the problem with academia, is that it's a lot of people who aren't doing anything, and they're writing not for the people, they're writing for small specific groups of people. Like, for instance, in the English department, they're writing for journals that only other people in the English world read. Other academics. There's no emphasis on the people, and you are an artist of the people. This is Conscious Writers Tribe, everybody. Welcome. We write for the people. We write to change the world. And only if you are going to go into an academic environment, and I'm assuming you're going because, one, for employment, or two, because your parents have pressured you into it, you need to go for certain professors, and you need to go hard. For instance, when I went, I really took seriously talking to my professors, because I was like, for instance, one of my professors is a top Hemingway scholar in the world. This guy runs the Hemingway conference, like the main Hemingway conference. He's written books about Hemingway. Is a whiz. So I sat there and I read every book by Hemingway. I read a couple critical books about Hemingway and talked to him and got his whole perspective. And visited places in Wyoming and the Keys, Florida Keys, about Hemingway. And I got the full on experience of Hemingway, right? And I think it was really immersive, and I learned a lot because I got into that. But a lot of my classmates, they never did that. They don't care. And so if you're going to go, find certain professors that have these interests and learn from them. Get the whole picture of a certain author, a certain time period that you're interested in. And you should research that before you even go. No matter what field you're in, if you're in art or economics or history. And if you're going just to get a job, I mean, I guess that's cool, but why not just be a creator and skip all the job stuff anyway, and focus on creating and work side hustles instead of getting involved with these crazy jobs that make you work long hours. And academia is a way to constrain creativity. Really, it's like it's the next level of the public education system to create taxpayers. It is an employee clone factory. That's what academia is. And if you are showing up or teaching or involved with academia, make sure to have your shield up, because people are going to bring you down. Oh, you self-publishing? Oh, you have a YouTube channel? Oh, because then all they talk about, oh, I got the Guggenheim Fellowship for not doing anything, for writing a book. And instead of writing books that matter, instead of writing and doing things that matter and impact a lot of people, they're looking for money in random places, which I can't even imagine. But that's it. That's all I have to say. Just surround yourself. And one more thing about college. You don't need to go. What I realize is that every single professor that Hemingway professor has buddies that don't pay him thousands of dollars a semester to go hang out He has buddies he gives all the same information to. Every single professor has friends, and you could become one of those friends. Email them and be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And if they don't respond, then fuck them anyway. You don't need to pay them to be your friend. What is this? Like, it gets crazy because the people who won't be your friend are assholes anyway and really don't have the information, man. Like I know it. Like I had this a prominent Chaucer and Tolkien scholar, you know, like one of the top in the world, who was my professor, and just a pretentious asshole, man. Like total block of creativity. So the next part, and I would like to expand upon that I really liked about this chapter, is gain disguised as loss. And we are all going to take hits. And no matter what you do, there's going to be the bad comments. There's going to be lulls. There's going to be problems. There's going to be relationship problems. There's going to be problems all along the way. But the main thing that you need to do is to figure out what small actions you need to take after one of these losses. And on my wall right here, I have 5 different actions I like to do. Walks in the desert, meditating, reading, taking a bath, and yoga. And then, you know, maybe listen to an album while stoned or something. See, those are ways that I can make I know that if I go and do those things, even just one, I will feel a million times better, and then suddenly I will rebound and be at a better place I was than before I did those. So whatever that happens, you need to have a program. For instance, like if I get a dumb comment, I like listen to a song and I'm like, yeah, and I rev myself back up. And you need to have these things in place because they are going to happen. And if you're unprepared, then you don't know how you're going to react. And it could throw you off for a long time. Some people stay blocked for years. If you're reading this, you know, it's some of these stories in here, people are gone for years. They don't do anything for years, which is really sad. And speaking of years, is that one of the things that is really sad that she also talks about is the age and time question, man. That a lot of people think they're too old to start something. You never need to worry about age because there is no expectation. It doesn't matter if you're you know going to be Toni Morrison or something. And speaking of Toni Morrison, when did Toni Morrison start writing? Here we go. When did Toni Morrison start writing? Let's see if we can. She wrote her first novel in 1970, and she was born in... Toni Morrison was born in 1930. Toni Morrison was 39, everybody. One of the best American authors, you know, especially American female authors. I mean, she's at the freaking top. I really don't know who beats her in America, really. I mean, there's a couple people. But 39 years old. And are you trying to get to the Toni Morrison level? Do you even need to try to get there? So she hit pinnacle GOAT status, you know, in 20 years. You know, from probably 35 to 55, she became the best with little to no practice. And she had the English degree and all that, but so do you. You have experience. So even if you're doing art or no matter what you're starting playing the guitar, you can do it and you can become great. You can literally become a great. Will you become the greatest of all time? Probably not. But even people who start at 10 years old aren't guaranteed that status. That's time, place, genetics, willpower. There's a lot that goes into that. And I just want to say that you can do it. That it doesn't matter what people say, who gives a fuck. It's time to get started. Like, I'm going to learn the banjo this summer with my dad, and he's freaking like 63. He's never played an instrument in his life, and I'm going to get him started. Is he going to be able to play, you know, dueling banjos? No, but is he going to be able to play like Yankee Doodle? Yeah, and we're going to sit and giggle and do it. And that's the way, man. That's what we do. We process, we play, and we move on. Age isn't real. Time isn't real. Government isn't real. Money isn't real. Pain isn't real. None of these things exist in objective or subjective reality. They exist in in a consensual reality that somehow we think is the real reality. So don't worry about if you've missed years. So let's talk about if you've missed some years. You had a big loss and you've missed some years. Maybe you're a little bit older now. You were in a bad relationship and couldn't do something for a couple of years, or something went wrong. One of the main things I would say is don't worry about it, because guaranteed, I'm going to make you a guarantee right now. If you do that, you're whatever you want, you're rusty at. If you do it for 30 hours, 30 hours a month, 1 hour a day for 30 days, you will be back to peak form. You will be back where you were at when you stopped. You will be back, if not already better, depending on your skill level and what we're talking about here. In 30 days, you will be back. That doesn't seem like that big of a sacrifice. 1 month to get back to where you were. So if you are still sitting in that land saying, man, I can't get back, what am I going to do? I haven't written or wrote or drew or sung, played this instrument, gave this type of speech in such a long time, don't worry about it. You can do it. You just have to put a little bit of time in. And it can be doodles. It can be something that's so simple, just playing around. Not something that you'll never release. Like, you can even tell yourself, I'm not even going to release any of this. Like, what can I do? And it's fun and it's a good time and it helps you get out some of that energy. Don't live a shadow life, everybody. Do something every day. Video games, TV, social media, and other distractions are meant to throw you off. They're meant to get some of that willpower out of you, that willpower that you're supposed to put out for life, that when you kill the elk, when you finally get to mate and have sex with the girl of your dreams after 10 years of living in the tribe, or the guy of your dreams, like that's the type of level and anticipation that we need to build with some of our artistic projects. Like, man, I have this idea, I have this seed, I have this thing. Video games, TV, social media, dumb people, bad food, that stuff sucks that willpower out of you. And you need to keep that within you, right there within your heart. And if you lose that, man, it's over. I'm sorry if you lose that. But one of the main ways we lose that is through living our shadow life. And Julia Cameron's term is called filling the form. And filling the form is taking a small action every single day. And I really enjoyed some of the affirmations that that are provided. I am a talented person. I have a right to be an artist. I am a good person and a good artist. Creativity is a blessing I accept. A lot of these affirmations, man, we haven't talked about these affirmations in a couple weeks, but people freaking don't take these seriously. But these are important for artistic recovery because you've been told the opposite your whole life. And saying them out loud right now, like, I now allow myself to heal. Once again, if you are new, God, higher energy, your highest self maybe can't get inside your head. Sometimes the only way to guarantee something is heard by the universe or by yourself is to say it out loud. To write it down, especially write it, say it, think it, feel it, live it. There it is, everybody. Write it, think it, say it, feel it, live it. That is the method, everybody. That has been the method. That will always be the method. And we have to calibrate ourselves. And these affirmations right here I will share my creativity more openly. Think if you live by that motto for a month, what you could get done. Instead of sitting in artistic anorexia, you could make your life great again. So, everybody, strength, tenacity, fortitude. That's what we're trying to recover here, because in this chapter, it really talked about academia, which kills your strength. It talked about, once again, people talking shit and being too old and falling off the horse. Those things require strength. It's hard. It's not going to be easy. But at the end of the day, it starts with just the small things. It starts with one workout. If you are flimsy, if you feel like you don't have any gut in you and you feel like you're too emotional, then start lifting weights. Start doing kettlebells. yogaforauthors.com, everybody. It is coming very soon. By the time you hear this, 99% of you, it will already have been out. And there'll be kettlebell classes. There'll be everything you need to build up that fortitude, to be ready, because we are training. This right here is my dojo. And then when I go into the world with my published work, I'm there to defend it because I know it can change the world. Books about nonviolence, not no YA bullshit, books that are nonviolent, books that preach nonviolence, that talk about unity and love and getting rid of hierarchical structures. That is what we need, everybody. And there's going to be more blowback than you can imagine when you write that shit, because people can't handle that, because the whole system is based off of that. Everyone would have to live a creative life. Everyone would have to go through this process tenfold. if we had a world without government, without this huge reliance on time, if we lived in love. But that is for another time, everybody. I will see you guys later. Make sure to check out week number 9 of this series and 1 through 7 of The Artist's Way. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Peace. What's up, beautiful artists? This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to present to you, yes you, that budding, blooming artist out there, week number 9 of my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. Boom. Here we go. This is the uncensored guide. This isn't the YouTuber influencer guide, everybody. This is where we go in. This is where we go deep. And today we are talking about recovering a sense of compassion. Now that we have strength, it's time for some compassion. It's time to go inward. We see this a lot, actually, if you look at the story of astrology. You move from hard to soft, and we need to move into softness, because if we stay too hard, we will get trampled. But if we stay too soft, if we stay too hard, we'll become too rigid. But if we stay too soft, then we will become trampled, and people will, take advantage of us and whatnot. So, today, though, the first topic is fear, and fear is the big one, right? And fear is cool and weird all at the same time, because sometimes fear can be a driving and motivating force. But why would you ever want that in your life? Fear is great if you're trying to live the 9-to-5 cookie cutter house, never do any creative work, never change the world, get your pension plan lifestyle. Cool, let's get a little fear in there. Let's sprinkle some COVID, some Joe Biden fear, some Donald Trump fear, the communist craze, QAnon craze. We're talking about American politics. Let's just get a little bit of fear, and then everyone will feel a little bit better. But fear in terms of artists, let's start with a quote from Julia Cameron. Blocked artists are not lazy. They are blocked. And that's one of the main distinctions that we need to talk about, is that artists unwillingly are blocked. No artist wants to be the artist that doesn't get anything done, that doesn't move forward, that doesn't make the projects of their dreams happen. But they are blocked because of trauma, man, and fear. It could be from other things, but really the word she likes to use is fear, and that's cool. And if we want to put things onto a polarity, there's a fear and love, light and dark. And looking at the chakra system, if we see right here, the chakra system, the chakra number 1, the Muladhara chakra, is moving out of base consciousness, is moving out of the primal instincts that we all have. And a lot of us never really get out of there, because we have chakra number 1 and then chakra number 2, which deals with creativity, which is the navel chakra and the sexual chakra. And a lot of us never really, if we get out of number 1 and we could get some money, we're feeling better, we never get out of the creative chakra, because we don't unleash our creative potential. And it's all a metaphor. If we're talking about chakra number 3, we don't have the strength like last week. We become too oriented in strength. And look how hard you work for random things and for random people and at random jobs. You are not lazy. If you have not gotten done what you need to get done, look how hard you try at watching Netflix. Look how try you hard at appeasing people that don't care how much you get done. Look how hard you're trying. You're trying pretty damn hard, man. But the reason you're trying at things you don't want to do is fear. The fear, we've talked about a lot of different things that can happen. Your friends won't like you. Your family will disapprove of you. What if you're an erotic artist or an erotic art, want to do erotic art, erotic modeling, erotic writing, and you have a religious family? They're not going to approve of that. But if that is your calling, to push that narrative and to help the world open up, the world's sexuality open up, that is a noble cause. That is something that we've been programmed, and it's unfortunate that we even have to have sexuality opening. That was open at one point when we were, a little bit more primal and raw, and then it got closed, and now we're back to trying to open it again. And it's crazy that the valve ever got shut off.
But see, that's one instance. But there's a lot of instances: negative feedback, negative reviews, friends not understanding, having to live in poverty. There's a lot of fear that can go into this your artistic endeavors. But you, yes, you, that artist sitting there, right now, has to get over that fear. And the way to get over that fear, and it's cool that Julia does this, is through enthusiasm. If anyone's read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Way, the first tenet is a burning desire. If you do not have a burning desire, you're not going to hit your maximum potential. You're not going to be able to keep moving and through the hard times because you are stuck without that burning desire. And I would recommend people read Think and Grow Rich, and not really for the money aspect, and don't really follow the advice. Just look at the core 12 principles, and I can pull them up right now. Here we go, everybody. And it's cool because Julia talks about a lot of these. We have desire, faith. We've talked about this: burning desire, faith, autosuggestion, which is affirmations, which can be the affirmations, specialized knowledge, imagination, which is what we're working on, decision making. That was probably strength, persistence. We've talked about perseverance, enthusiastic support, having a mastermind group, having what we talked about last week, organized planning, the power of the mastermind, literally everything we talked about. Like the theory and the theories have, and sorry, that was my notes right there that I go off of. The theory of creativity is the same. It's been around for thousands of years. We know what to do. Surround yourself with good people, want it really badly, and stick with it no matter what. And live in a way that promotes a healthy lifestyle. That's all you need to do. And just make sure you keep showing up. But life is hard. There are negative people out there, and you have to slash them out of your life, everybody. They have no place in your life anymore. They have no place in your life. And it's okay to take a step back. It's okay to not go see those people. Trust me. Trust me on that, everybody. And instead of working on discipline, work on your relationships with the projects you want to do. We think that, like, discipline is the answer, that I need more discipline. I need to wake up earlier. I need to do this. That's not the answer. The answer is, if you have have you ever had a day where you really wanted to do something? There was like a concert or something, like, right? Like there was a concert, there's an event, maybe your wedding day. Like you woke up and there was no block. You just went and did it. There was no anxiety. If you claim you have anxiety or ADHD or whatever other malarkey that you like to tell yourself, that day, there was none of that. You've had days where there was none of that. So why are there days that you have that? It's because you are not aligned with what you're doing. You haven't found the right projects. You haven't maybe even uncovered the right projects yet. But you maybe don't even know what you need yet. And that is going to happen through movement, through action. And then those things are going to come out. But if you're writing for money, if you're writing for the greater good, the greater good, you need to write to tap into the ether, to be a vessel, to co-create with the universe, and you will produce mind-altering and world-changing books. And one of the things that I've done is to help this disciplined work flow easier is keeping a clean space. I think the book I'm reading right now that changed a lot of this for me is Work Clean by Dan Charnas. But I'm going to talk about the stages of cleanliness, because productivity apps, productivity books, getting things done by David Allen and Brian Tracy books. I've read 100+ productivity books, and some of their little tips helped me for a while. Sometimes I needed that because I was working on stuff, but those are only good for stuff that doesn't matter. That's to help force you into stuff. The reason to have a clean space is so that you are ready to do what you need to do when it needs to get done. And that's what I've learned, that I've developed my own personal system that literally has no basis in anything, but I've really been just trying to keep a clean and organized space first and foremost. Have some, we talked about this the other week, but just have everything laid out. I can't emphasize this enough. It's so important. Same with the rest of your house. Sweep, mop, get your roommates to help you. You can't let that stuff fall behind.
You can do it. Listen to motivational podcasts. Here's another tip. We've talked about this before too. 2 hours a day of motivational shit in your ear. It could be me talking right now. This counts. Look, I'm fucking going, man. I am here to motivate you to create art for the world. This is not a joke. This is not a game. This is here for you. Spiritual commitment. So one of the other things that really helps stoke enthusiasm and stokes not getting stuck in these creative U-turns is a spiritual commitment to something higher. And once you're up there, then you start to hit a level. There's certain levels, man. And even if the prospects of money don't seem great with the project, you don't feel ready for all the hate that you're going to get, if you have a higher spiritual commitment, you are going to be able to step into that role and be great and do what people and provide what people really need. And I know you can do that. I know that you have what it takes within you to become great. And I don't know what that spiritual commitment is, but like I'm really trying to cultivate that here on Conscious Writers Tribe. And I would appreciate you subscribing to the channel and messaging me. This is a collective group. Even though I have been the only person to post up till this point, I want content from all different types of I'm creators. I'm willing to host anything that is monumental, anything that is life-changing, whether that be books, music, articles, videos, whatever you want. I can provide you a platform to market it and ask for nothing in return. Ask for no creative rights, ask for no exclusivity contracts. There'll be nothing. If you want it up on the website, you can be up, and if you want it down, you can get taken down. And that's my offer to you right now. But, well, if you are here listening, I'm sure that your work will do great here. And if it's not here, then make your own website. That's all. Make your own website. Find a different collective that aligns more with you, but just find something and that is committed to higher spiritual principles. And if you, like I said, if you're struggling with that, then hop on another train that's doing that and let them take you there. And then as the train's moving, you're reading in there and, compiling how you're going to do it. And then you can go off one day and start your own group. That's what all this is about. Literally, that's all I'm here for, is to help the next generation. Because I know that this generation, by the time we die, it's probably not going to get done. But I know with technology and connectivity that if I can sit here and motivate people with some of the knowledge I have, some of the younger people, that they're going to set up the systems that are really going to work. That what I'm doing is probably pretty inefficient. One of the things it's also about being goofy. One of the easiest ways to get into spirituality is just to be goofy, just to dance around a little bit, get your music going, like have fun with it. And great book I read this year, about to do a review on it. I actually read it a couple months ago. It's Killing Commendatori by Haruki Murakami. I probably mispronounced that, the book title. And it's about, I'll just give you a quick synopsis, no real spoilers. It's about an artist that is like a portrait artist, and he makes a ton of money being an artist, like doing portraits. Has everything he wants, but he quits and he says, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go be an artist. And he has a friend whose dad is like an elder, and he's like a famous artist who's now in a nursing home. And the guy goes there and lives in his house and is a caretaker for the house and starts to work on his own art. And starts drawing intuitive art. And that intuitive art, brings up ghosts and demons and all this stuff. And it's super cool. But it's about the move from form into chaos. The move from your life right now is probably too rigid. Your artistic forms are probably too rigid. Most of us who are watching videos like this and reading books like this aren't free-flowy and needing discipline. We need more creativity. We need more flowering and more time on the page. And one of my favorite authors who I don't have a book here to show you, I have them all on the shelf right now, is Carlos Castaneda and the Don Juan series. Carlos Castaneda is a troublesome figure. He became a cult leader, and who knows the validity of his actual history, the historical aspects of his stories, but his information on becoming a warrior and the occult and the desert and all that is tried, true, and can help every single person around. And I would recommend reading all of his books. So Carlos Castaneda, and a lot of A lot of things about Carlos is that a lot of his occult and spiritual and shamanic teachings are about being able to play and being able to laugh, and and there's a serious aspect, but if you can't laugh and you can't play, then you're not really spiritual. And creative U-turns, and I've had a ton of creative U-turns, and that's something else she's talking about. And I'd like to make an announcement that you have to be able to publish something sometimes. On March 31st, I am publishing a book on poetry, eco-poetry, titled Silence in the Shamanic Desert No Matter What. Even if it's 20 poems or 100 poems, no matter what I have, I'm going to do it that day because I have to keep moving forward and put something out in the world. And that's a commitment I'm making to myself right now, right here, in public, on video, for the creator. And like we talked about last week, this is about staying consistent, keeping the enthusiasm, admitting that these U-turns exist, admitting that sometimes that we go on these U-turns and we get thrown off for years helps us. And that's what I've been doing with this book. I've been delaying it for years. Oh, there needs to be 100 solid poems that are something that people have never seen. It's like, no, I just need to put out 100 poems out there because I know that they're good and I know that they're solid enough for a book, and that they're going to make the world a better place. And then it's time to move on to the next book. But making a commitment can help. Admitting that it's there and making a commitment, a soft commitment, and then following through with it will help you. But don't sabotage and burn bridges when you're worried about creative U-turns. If you're in a creative rut right now, just stay in your echo chamber. Don't fight with the haters. Don't fight with the critics. Don't fight with your family. Just ignore them as much as you can and stay in an echo chamber and release something. And then you can deal with everybody. You can deal with everybody, all the haters, everybody telling you it's not going to work. Deal with that later. But as you're trying to create, do that. And then tether yourself to a community like this that can help you. And I would like to go over one of the exercises, and it's blasting through blocks, and it's listening resentment, anger you have in connection with this project. Doesn't matter how, and we're talking about a project. So let's talk about Silence in the Shamanic Desert. I'll use myself as an example. Grudges. Some of the grudges I have that, like, I maybe know people who are getting PhDs or have MFAs or who've already written poetry books, and they have, they're going to have publishers lined up because they're in the Ivy League and they're writing to market and they're going to get actually paid, and here I am doing my thing. There's a resentment right there. Boom. Ask your artist to listen in all fears about the projected piece of work and anyone connected to it. Some fears. My poetry is not going to be as good as some of the greats. My poetry isn't going to be received well. Some people aren't going to understand what I'm doing. It's not going to be as well polished as I want. The book cover is not going to be enough. Boom. Ask myself, is that all? Have I left out anything? Any suppressed stupid anger? I'm angry at the world for not caring about poetry. I'm angry that and I resent myself for taking a long time off from poetry. I took 2 years off because I was in a bad relationship, and I was writing, but I wasn't taking it as seriously as I wanted. And then boom. Ask yourself what you stand to gain by not doing this piece of work. If I don't write this, then no one's gonna. I'm not going to be the poet. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be the guy that went all the way, everybody, even though I am in these videos. So I don't really know if there's nothing really. I can't really criticize others as much because I'm going to have a piece of work out there that others can criticize. And make a deal. The deal is, okay, creative force, you can take care of the quality. I'll take care of the quantity. Sign your deal and post it. So boom. I actually did this again, and it's up on the wall right here, everybody. And I would recommend you do the same thing. It literally works. If you take care of the quantity, the quality will get taken place. If you sit down for 4 hours a day, that may seem like a lot, but if you could work that out a couple times a week and just blast out a ton of work, you'll see that it has a lot of it some quality. At least half of it's going to be something that can become publishable with some revising. And that's about it for today, everybody. This chapter didn't have too much. The main theme today is to find a community. There's a community here, and it's to remain enthusiastic. It's to blow through fear, that fear does not exist, that you are not lazy, that you are great, but you are just in a block situation, and there's ways to get out. I am always here for you, no matter what. If you want to talk about your creative project, let me know, and I will give encouragement. No matter if I'm the biggest book reviewer YouTube star 10 years from now, I will give you some encouragement. Even if it's for 1 minute, I will send you a video or send you a written message or like an audio message and tell you like, yo, you got this, man. Like, hit me up when it's done. Send it over and I'll check it out when it's done. And you got this. Like, no one's better than you. And I'll do that literally every single day for you. And that's what you need to do for others. We need to encourage people not to get the job, not to say good job on it, to encourage them to do creative projects. So this is your boy right here, Ian Kadanak, the Renegade Writer, here today to tell you that you got this. Peace out, everybody. Have a great day. I will see you guys for week number 10. We are almost What's going on, Conscious Writers? This is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to present to you guys week number 10 of my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. If you guys have been enjoying this series or this is your first video, hit subscribe. This is a full-length series on every single week with some supplementary videos on The Artist's Way. And on Conscious Writers Tribe, there are a ton of other courses and book reviews and tips on becoming an impactful artist. So this week is titled Recovering a Sense of Self-Protection. And the first thing that Julie, the chapter talks about is called Dangers of the Trail. And we could really just call this distractions or addictions. And there are a ton of distractions and addictions out there. We've talked about this at length a couple other times, but this week we're really going to get into this, I think more so than any other week. And one of the main supplementary texts we're going to be using for this is Witness to the Fire, Creativity and the Veil of Addiction by Linda Schreiss Leonard. And I think this is one of the better books I've ever read on creativity. And I think it's a perfect compliment to when you finish The Artist's Way, because all of us have addictions. And you're like, wait, I'm not on meth, but maybe you have an addiction to coffee. Maybe you have an addiction to codependency or certain patterns in your life. Maybe you have an over addiction to something crazy, or you just struggle with certain distractions like video games or social media or procrastination or being a workaholic. There are a lot of different things. And Witness to the Fire really gets into that, and it uses Carl Jung's archetypes to go through that, and they have a ton of different archetypes. It blew my mind, and we're just going to scratch the surface in this, and eventually later on down the road, maybe later this year or just in the future, I'm going to do a full course on that, but so maybe by the time you see this, that will be out. So Julia Cameron argues that we get into all these things because they alleviate the fear. That I go and eat some bad food or use sex or take some drugs because it alleviates the fear of having to do something and release something creatively. Because first of all, because we've learned about through Otto Rank and Schelling and stuff that art helps trauma flow. Art helps break up the trauma, and is maybe the main way, at least in their school of thought. So doing art is going to make us confront that part of ourselves. We are going to have to confront that. And that is not easy. That is actually very hard. It's also we also have to be, put ourselves out in front of the critics, in front of our family, take a step into the world. And that is going to be hard. That's not the easiest thing for a lot of people, especially if they've lived a very constrained life and they have this artistic talent. And we could refer to all these as blockages, that they are creating blockages within us, that, you eat the big pasta dish before you're supposed to write and then you feel too sleepy. That's what she says. A lot of people struggle with diet. There's a lot of things that create blockages. And one of the main principles of Witness to the Fire is that the first archetype she talks about is called the hostage. And it's basically saying that we give ourselves up to the drug. Whatever addiction you have, you gave yourself to that at some point. Imagine you gave your neck to Dracula. It didn't come and get you. You're the one that started this addiction. You're the one that keeps it going. You're the one that gives it power every single day. And that's what it starts with, admitting that it's what's going on, that we
did it, first of all. And now we're in a cycle of abuse. That's bad. But once we can get past that, then that's when things start to get a little bit better. But, some cycles may continue on forever, but some don't have to. And especially if you're going to be an artist, you can't be, fucked up all the time. And one of the main reasons we engage in these types of things is that we don't want to live in opposition, because to live in opposition means that there is pain and love. And to be an artist, that means both. To be, a conscious artist, to be a part of Conscious Writers Tribe, you need to understand the shadow and the light, understand both. And even there might not even be a difference, but people who are addicted to something only want to live one reality. They want a drug or whatever they're doing to force them into a lull, force them into one reality, one simple mindset, instead of putting forth the effort, instead of putting forth the work. And I think that's very sad, because it really holds back our true potential. And our true potential is, like I said, in the extremes. And by merging love and, light and dark, we don't have to live on one side. And a lot of our society lives on one side. They're either, I'm so depressed, or I'm so this. But the greats, the artists you look up to, they figured out how to do that. And there's ways to figure out how to do that in your art, and then also in your personal life. And that's where a lot of people get conflated. A lot of people use drugs to help them hit both sides in their creative life, but then they're so whacked because of the drugs, they can't live in opposition outside of their life. They have to live as addicts. They can't live as these beautiful creative beings. And I just want to say, before we go any further, that it's a lie that if you give up any of these things, you won't be as good of an artist, that you won't be as good as a sober artist. There's going to be a transition point. It might be a year. It might be a couple of years. It might not be any time at all. You might get automatically better. But eventually, your body will adapt. You're an adaptable being. And that all that potential that the drugs brought out of you, or the addictions brought out of you, you still have that within you. And most people with addictions, they're not like that. They're not productive. They're not the ones being productive and getting shit done. They're the ones that are, not getting stuff done. And the other thing that happens when we start getting into addictions, or into certain cycles of thought, is that we start an objectification of ourselves for our own judgment. And it's a weird phenomenon in the sense that let's say I'm addicted to alcohol. By doing that, suddenly I am the drinker. Suddenly there's a title. It's Ian the drinker. Ian's he's so bad, and he drinks all the time, and blah, blah, blah. And that objectification causes a lot of problems, because it's just another loop going inside your head. The less loops, the less subconscious activity, the less random shit going on inside your head, the better. And to read a quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, the great Friedrich Nietzsche, the philosopher, "The child is innocent and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, self-propelled wheel, a first movement, a sacred yes. For the game of creation, a sacred yes is needed." And some of us turn toward drugs to get us back to that point, but eventually we become old and despondent within that addiction. And all that we need for creativity, all that we need is to move back to that freshness, to that point of creation, to a sense of sobriety. Does that mean that you need to be sober all the time? Absolutely not. There is a time and place for substances or video games or whatever your vice is. It's not even a vice, whatever that is, because that's a part of living in opposition, living an interesting life. You have to go a lot of different places and do a lot of different things within your mind and your body and soul. And drugs are an applicable way to do that, but cocaine is not an applicable way to do that. Even coffee and alcohol, and if you're going to be doing something, at least do psychedelic drugs, in a responsible way, because that actually has some artistic implications. But it also, if you take too many psychedelics, it actually hampers you. Ken Kesey, the author that wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he told one of my creative writing professors who knew him that, and this guy's super old, they're really old if they knew each other. He told him that because Ken Kesey wrote, that book, and I forget his other book, and he was done. He retired basically. And he said that the drugs
He couldn't make metaphors anymore because everything became one. He couldn't see difference. He couldn't see opposition anymore. Boom, that's exactly what she said. That's the exact concept. So, like I said, check out that book. If you're seeing this and it's past, if it's like 2022 and beyond, there'll probably be a course out on that. And I would go check out that course on addiction, and like that can maybe help you like see some light. Because you can do it, and you don't need to go to AA. Like, you can do it unless like you have some real problems. And the program's really for people who have just small lingering things like video games and like me. Like, I get addicted to like phone games sometimes, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? Let's play 2 hours of this game. Like, what just happened? So another form of addiction, and another blockage that gets talked about is workaholism. And I think a lot of people struggle with this. I think I do too. Is that Julia writes, workaholism is an addiction, and like all addiction, it blocks creative energy. In fact, it could be argued that the desire to block the fierce flow of creative energy is an underlying reason for addiction. If people are too busy to write morning pages or too busy to take an artist date, they're probably too busy to hear the voice of an authentic creative urge. To return to the concept of a radio set, the workaholic jams the signals with self-induced static. So yeah, I mean, there's this static going on if we imagine the radio signal that we're just a beacon, and you put all this stuff in there, it's jammed. They can't see everything that's going on. And I think that it's sad that we've really just hit this level where we've lost the ability to see and feel. And workaholism is promoted by the structure of this society. Money, passion, hobbies, and just capitalism in general promote this, because you need to do all these different things. You have all these different goals and all these different things to do. And you get in this big grind, and all for what? When you have all those things, all you have is more of the same system. It's all you just keep perpetuating it. You work a job so you can get a house and a car, but then you're stuck in a further cycle. And a pension, you have to go to get the pension plan so you can continue to pay for those things instead of, creating and figuring out a different way. You need to do these hobbies, but then you forget about what's going on at home. There's like a lot of different rabbit holes that we get stuck in that aren't really useful to what we need to do as human beings to progress. And fun is the solution. That fun leads to creativity and rebellion. And workaholics don't like to have fun. Fun is important. Like fun doing things that you enjoy. And we talked about this before. There's so many exercises talking about these things that we're supposed to do. And have you been doing them? Have you done that list of 20 things or 10 things that you don't think you can do, but you think you should be able to do? And if you haven't done those things yet, then like I said, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving out of this? It's easy to become a workaholic in a world filled with distractions. It's so easy because there's a bunch of meaningless tasks. There's a bunch of meaningless tasks you can do every single day at a job with your friends. And then you could just get lost in that for the rest of your life and never progress. But the main recommendation, once again, is to have a clean workspace and do one thing at a time. Focus on one project, one major thing, and do it even for a couple days if it's, semi-big, and just focus in, dial yourself in on certain tasks throughout the day, and don't get lost. Work on the big stuff. The small stuff, do that in a different time. I think it's called immersive time, like one way to describe it. It's like immersive time is me writing the book, and then hands-on time is me cleaning the office and like getting everything ready to write the book. Right? Both are good, but you can do hands-on. You could do some hands-on time real fast and get everything ready and be ready for the rest of the day, basically. So just about being a workaholic, it's hard, and one of the main ways to get over is to also just take breaks, also to take like rest breaks. Like tomorrow, for instance, I'm going to go hiking. That's a forced rest. I'm not going to be able to work. I'm just going to go and chill and look around. That's an instance where you just have to rest. So interesting because
We all have experienced them. It might be from self-imposed, but I think most of us have taken months off at a time, if not years at a time, from one of our passions. And one of the ways I've been trying to get out of that is to just plan a vacation and get out. And if you can't plan a vacation, just plan a vacation at your house and don't do anything. Like, and go outside, spend some time outside, like really get some time in to absorb and to just chill out and forget about what's going on. And then you'll be able to really, move into something better. You'll be able to really dial in to something that matters to you and that you care about. And the only way out is through action and consistency. Just taking a little bit of action every single day and just being consistent with it, even if it's small, and just remaining playful. That's like one of the main things. I think the main thing you can take out of the artist way is just be playful and have fun, and the artistic art will flow to you. Another great thing she talks about, this is a great chapter, everybody. Like, this is probably the best, one of the best chapters yet, for sure, is that the competition. And competition is a spiritual drug. That's what she describes it as. And I struggle with this for sure, because I was involved. If you were involved with athletics at all, or if you're in a modern work environment where there's a bunch of bullshit and there's like sales quotas and shit you have to live up to, then you get in this competition mindset. But all of this, like art and creativity, like sitting at the desk, that is not a competition, because you are not competing with anybody. And if you are going to compete with anybody, compete with people who are dead or who are really old. If you're going to compare yourself to someone, just compare yourself to someone that's unaccessibly alive or already dead, and try to and do it out of praise, do it out of gratitude. Don't do it to beat them. Do it because you want to follow in their legacy, and that will take you a lot further than trying to beat your compatriots. And like I think 2 weeks ago we talked about this with academia. Academia fosters this, that certain people get fellowships, and that just has gotten more out of whack, because people don't get fellowships and even book deals and artistic deals and opportunities in this world anymore based on merit. There is a million different things that play into that now. First of all, there's sellability. First of all, who are you? If you if your persona isn't sellable, then you're not going to get in. And also now with diversity quotas, everyone's taking this huge turn, and I won't say if it's for better or for worse, but me being, like, for instance, a white male, I don't maybe, people aren't looking for that. Publishing houses now, because under pressure, because they're saying there's been too many white males being published, now it's like different things are happening, and it's not a merit-based system. And like I said, that's for that's for you to decide if that's good or bad. I mean, as an anarchist, I think that it's silly to base anything except on merit, because race, religion, government, time, money, and all that don't exist. But I also get the argument that minority voices have been silenced by government and oppression throughout time. But the solution through adding more government and more regulations doesn't seem like the solution, because 250 million people died in the 20th century from democide, which is governments killing innocent people. And once again, as I've said before on this series, that I don't think we could have killed that many people if we didn't have governments. So there's a lot of problems going on, and there more and more, this is getting more polarized and more competitive. If you have, and that's where self-publishing comes in, because if you have certain views, or if you're a certain type of person, the same opportunities won't be granted to you as others. And that's been how it's always been. If it was 1920 and you were a black author, you wouldn't have been given any opportunities. And it's like now, everything's always shifting. There's certain narratives that people want, probably even more so than frickin' race, which is like a pretty small, I think, fraction. The publishing world has turned into just content that, there has to be this certain type of content. There's trending content. There's certain things that you need to do. And that could turn into a competition, because a reason I'm mentioning this is because it's easy for this to turn into a competition, because you're seeing people who aren't as good as you get opportunities that you're not getting. And that may piss you off, but what I'm here to say is don't let that piss you off. Like, I don't care. That's why I'm saying, that's why self-publishing is fine. Like, great, let more, silence voices be published, because I'm going to be self-publishing and no one's going to be able to silence me. I'm always going to be able to have my own personal website and publish where I want to publish, no matter what. My books and work will get out there on the internet.
And you should have that same approach. There is no competition because we're trying to help the world. And that's how you get out of this. Is you don't need to be the first or the best because that's subjective. Does your favorite author really think they're the best? Like, think of your favorite author. Do they think that who are they competing with? They're not competing with anyone. They're probably living a stable, somewhat sober life that's fun, and they have really smart people around them. And that's what you need to do too. And then give yourself 10 or 20 years and then check back in and let's see where you're at. And another reason that artistic competition really is sad is because it fosters this need to look at bad art as something bad. Bad art has a purpose. Sometimes bad art helps you realize and move in different areas. Like for a while, a couple months ago, I was writing these weird, I kept saying like writing poems like I don't know, it doesn't really go like this, but like the cottonwoods blow. Stillness. We ride, and and what that was doing for me was that I was trying to add some pauses, then add some like pronouns like into my poetry. I was trying to bring characters and let people know like who the story's about, but then also add some nice pauses and also, and I found that through writing, and I got stuck in this cycle for a couple weeks where I kept writing poems like, dude, these all sound the same. Like these are kind of garbage. Like these are fire, but I'm only really going to be able to use one or two of these. I can't use 50 of these. But that suddenly helped me develop something that was within me that was a weakness. And by following that rabbit hole, suddenly now I can do those things. Suddenly, like implementing who's being talked about in the poem in an artistic and nonchalant way, and also being like very with poetic language became a lot easier. But none of those poems are going to get used. Probably not. And that's the same for you. Just taking the time to do some bad stuff sometimes, especially if you're coming off of a layoff or if you're trying something new. I mean, do you think that if you're imagine like a batter, imagine a baseball player, and they hit like with the right side, and imagine if they go to the left side and they would suck, but after a while they would get better. Like obviously you're going to suck if you're trying something new. But we don't think we can do that because we have this high standard, because the high standard is something that we've been practicing over and over again. And most of us aren't those creative geniuses that can just be good at anything they touch in terms of creativity. So that is this week's, and let's just talk about the theme real fast of self-protection, because now that we have compassion, and this is self-protection, and you have to protect yourself from addictions because they're out there. The companies want to get you the bad food. I mean, those companies have palatability scientists that make that chip. So like Doritos specifically, out of every 10 chips has like 7 medium spiced chips, 2 spicy chips, and 1 really spicy chip, 1 really seasoned chip, because it's like a mathematical game in your head, and they figured out that your body responds to that. It's like a game to get you to keep eating. And it's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? But that's the way it worked. These people sent their kid, live in, the Bay Area in multi-million-dollar houses, send their kids to private schools and own a condo in Florida, all off of tricking your brain into eating. And same with all the other addiction industries. These things aren't helping you. Same with workaholism. Like that helps the U.S. capitalism system keep running, or wherever you're at. That helps perpetuate the system. And the same with competition. Competition keeps artists down. It keeps us going against each other because there's none of us out here. When we actually look at it, why would we be competing against each other? Like there's nothing. We need each other, but we're always there's always problems. Like I said, there's just so much going on, and there's so much infighting that we can't even get something going. And that's why we will continue to lose, and that's why Conscious Writers Tribe is here to help bring us together. So I'd love for you to join the community, share your art with the community. You can use this channel anytime you want if your art is meaningful and can change the world. So this is Ian Kadanak. I will see you guys later. Peace. What is happening, everybody?
This is your boy, Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to drop some fire because it is week number 11 for my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. And this week's chapter is titled Recovering a Sense of Autonomy. We are finally here, everybody. We are on the finishing track. If you've made it this far, you are a fucking warrior. You are a spiritual vessel that can change the world. And if it's your first video, welcome to Conscious Writers Tribe and the Artist's Way series. I would recommend watching 1 through 10, but if you're here, might as well watch and hear what I have to say, because today is important. Because part number 1, and everybody hit the subscribe button. What are you guys doing out there? This is a conscious writing revolution right here, and what you're doing, because you can be a part of this also. Anybody's content is welcome to be posted here, and anywhere else they want. So, step number 1, subchapter number 1 in the text today is acceptance. And acceptance is one of the key factors to success. I was reading a article the other day, and it was saying that one of the key factors that almost all successful musicians had and writers, and they did the study in the 90s, was that they asked their parents and asked them, for those who were alive, what the one thing that all artists and all successful, creative type people had when they did this analysis of the 90s was that every single one of these people had formed the identity of what they wanted to be in their teens. Kurt Cobain, for instance, said, I am a musician when he was 13. He says, I am nothing else. I am a musician. Certain writers said the same exact thing. David Foster Wallace said, I am a writer. That was in his identity. That was in his bones from a young age. And a lot of these people had this going on for them. And you might be saying, well, I didn't have that. When I was 16, I wanted to be a firefighter. Or I wanted to do this. But that's okay, because they did that at, let's say, Kurt Cobain did it at 13, and by the time he was probably 25, he was already a superstar, right? Kurt Cobain had done that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that after 10 or 20 years of identifying yourself under a label and not being scared to say it, because the reason people don't do that, people say, well, I'm an aspiring writer, or I'm trying to do this. No, I am a fucking writer. I'm a pro writer. I might not be making any money or that much money from this, but I am a pro writer. I can do this. I dedicate my life to this. I dedicate my life to art. Once we get on that level, we can do whatever our minds can give us. And why not step into that role? That is a key factor for success, everybody, is understanding that the label we put on ourselves, the labels are somewhat important, and they're not at the same time. And that's actually an exercise I like to do, is every once in a while is write all the labels down that have been given to me by anybody. Like writer, poet, artsy, hippie, stoner. There's been a million. And I then choose which ones I want to carry with me in my own consciousness. Because things like stoner and hippie, to an outside normal person, that's who I am. But to me, I don't really feel like that. It's not like I'm getting baked on weed every day. And even if I was, that still doesn't make me a stoner or a hippie. All these weird terms aren't helping me. But writer, magician, lover, the seeker, the illuminator, those things really feel well. I like those labels. Those are the labels I've chosen for myself. And they're actually up on my wall right here, the 5 labels I give to myself. And those I feel like are 5 distinct parts of my personality that I would like to show instead of, showing. So you guys get the point, though. It's about labeling and giving yourself that and standing with that for a long time. And that's a part of acceptance. And money does not validate your art. Stop worrying about the value of your art. Writing to market is a fool's game. And if you want to do that, then write one book to do one piece for the market and then one piece for yourself or for the higher artistic purpose. And eventually, if you keep doing that, you're going to find that you're going to be making more money from doing things that are connected to the higher consciousness. That are coming down to you than all this random stuff you're writing to market. This isn't a game. You don't need money. What are you talking about? This is not a game. This is art. This is changing the ability to change millions of lives at once without hierarchical structures. If you can create something so great that it could change the world tomorrow. It's been done before and it's going to be done again. And it's up to you to do that, because if you don't do that, then you could have been the one. You don't know if you're the one until you try and give everything. And if you're not the one, you're laying the groundwork for the person who is. And you're just as important. It's all integral. The only people who aren't important are the NPCs, the non-player characters who are out there not releasing one creative work in their whole life, just living and being good people. If you don't not trying to do something that is scalable and can help millions of people, then have you not felt in your heart have you not seen millions of people die in wars? Have you not heard of the homelessness population problem in India and China and South America and even in the United States? Have you not seen, when I go to Los Angeles, there's thousands of people, 66,000 people in just the city of Los Angeles that are homeless. And we need to remember that self-respect comes from doing the work. Self-esteem also comes from having a clean lifestyle, a clean living space, but it also comes from doing the work. And doing the work starts with sometimes being organized if you're having trouble. Releasing one awesome creative work will separate you from 99% of people. I would say if I talk to 100 random people, 99% plus have never released one creative work out to the world. They've just been a cog of capitalism. They could have been replaced by anybody. Anybody could have done that job. But you have the ability to separate yourself. Your creative gifts are from God, as we've seen and talked about many different times. That is the main point of this course, is that there is a cycle. God, higher purpose, your highest self, energy, whatever we want to call it. Not the he God. We're not talking about a he God here. On Conscious Writers Tribe, it has the ability to change your life. And I encourage you so much to feel that cycle, to feel actually that hierarchy, to feel that chain of energy, and understand it's not an authoritative hierarchy. It doesn't matter where you're at on the chain. And I would like to just talk about and spend a while talking about Julia Cameron's talking about the Zen of sports and the movement of the body. And if you guys want to check out yogaforauthors.com, by the time you hear this, that will most likely be up. That's launching. The paid membership personal training program is launching on March 26th of 2021. And then the website's probably going to be up in mid-February of 2021. But even if you don't decide to do that, you need to move your body. You need to figure out a certain style of stretching and strength work that can do that. Playing sports and stuff is cool, and taking walks are awesome. That first step, I would say, for everybody out there is to start taking walks outdoors. Anytime it's sunny, anytime it's nice, even if it's not nice, you should be taking a walk at least once a day. You always hear the 10,000 steps thing. Just make sure to be taking walks every single day. A couple times. Even just to readjust your eyes and feel good. Like, if you don't live in a city where you walk around your neighborhood, walk in the desert, I purposely moved to the house where I'm at now because it's 5 minutes away from the desert. I can be there in an instant and be able to walk and clear my mind, and there'll be not a soul in sight. So I think that's prioritize that. Prioritize a good place to walk, even, by when you're choosing where you want to live. Work that into your day. Listen to podcasts, listen to inspirational music, listen to binaural beats. That's one of my favorite ways to readjust. I'll take a 15-minute, 20-minute walk around my neighborhood and listen to some music with binaural beats for focus, and then I come back and I'm ready to go. I've already kind of moved into that zone, and the whole time I'm kind of thinking about like what I'm going to do. And we've talked about the Jungian archetypal perspective. We've talked about the Rankian perspective, but there's also the Reichian perspective. And Wilhelm Reich is a controversial figure because he thought that a lot of it has to do with, he extended Freud's theory of libido and said that a lot of it has to do with body trauma. And not just, it gets crazy because not just trauma in our bodies from this life, but our trauma, epigenetic trauma from past lives, our ancestral line. And there's been cataclysmic events that have happened in our past that have affected our bodies, that have shaken our souls, and we haven't really escaped from that, is what he would say. And he thought it was all fueled by orgone energy and releasing the sexual energy. And it's actually true because now most of us creatives, we've had sex on weed and have had beautiful sex. But back then, these people were so repressed that they didn't know how to explore. They didn't know about, oral sex and foreplay and all that stuff, and they didn't know how to connect as well. So these people were having like in masturbation, there were these people who were just so repressed orgasmically that they couldn't release, and he was showing them how to do that by releasing their body. And we now Reich influenced the Rolfing movement, which is like very deep and insane massaging, and it also connects to yoga. The yoga tradition's been doing this forever. Like with the Jung's archetype, that got solved with the polytheism of Hinduism, and then Ronk's focus on art was through mantra meditation and all the crazy artistic flow stuff that the Kirtan people were doing with music and stuff, and with poetry and stuff. But like especially with the Indian classical music, they were just healing. Like that was a huge thing that they did for the community. It was like music, which is a form of art. But yoga is the Reichian past life, and being able to move and release our bodies is very important. And I have been doing yoga for almost 14, 15 years now. 14 years, I'm going on 15, and it is beautiful. And yoga, walking, skiing, stretching, mobility, gymnastics, kettlebells, strength, all these things are integral, because to be creative, you have to be healthy. You can't be going out at age 44. You can't be going out at age 66. You have to live the part, man. You have to live into your 80s and into your 90s. And working out is not as integral as diet for that, but it is integral. And I want you to feel good about your life. I want you to be able to move into this creative space and feel healthy, because you're going to be sitting. And a lot of the Yoga for Authors program is to be combating all the sitting that we have to do, because even though I'm standing right now, I can speak and stand, but I really can't write my best poetry and stand. Sometimes I can, but 70-80% of the time I need to be sitting, hunched over, just fucking working for 5 or 6 hours. And that's what it's about, everybody. So, everybody, get into a sport. Like I said, yogaforauthors.com. Trust me on it. It's going to be there's going to be a ton of free content. That's all you're going to need. And there's going to be a paid program for probably $10 a month. I would go check that out if I were you, because I'm going to get into this like you've never seen. There's going to be hundreds of videos. By 2021, I predict there'll be 500 to 1,000 classes, because I've learned how to streamline classes and record and get them out pretty fast. So this is a huge project that I'm doing this year and in the coming years, and I'd love for you to be a part of it. So the last thing that Julie Cameron talks about is the artist altar. And I've actually moved into this new room for my office, and I'm going to build one. She says it's about images. It's about patterns and priming our brain. We talked about this in a previous week, but if we look right here, you see flow, momentum, completion, and care. That's just outside of my periphery while I'm working and I'm writing over at my desk to prime me. And then over in that corner, I'm eventually going to build in a couple days an artist altar. And that's going to be something that reminds me of my creativity. And there's going to be a lot of images. There's going to be some crystals. There's going to be some other stuff. And that's what you need, because you need as many reminders as you can to get you back on the path. Imagine being a horse. When you ride horses, like out in the desert or something, sometimes the horse goes off the path, but it doesn't matter if they go off a little bit. When they go too off the path, though, then things get weird. But because when they go off the path a little bit, like if you're riding a horse, sometimes they just go off the trail, and like a beginner will be like, what the fuck is going on? Why are they going off the trail? But sometimes they need to go off the trail for some weird reason, and then they always come back. Like 9 out of 10 times, if not more, they just come right back to the trail. They just had to go do something. Like something happened. And so you don't need to just, sometimes it's just a gentle reminder to the horse too. Like, just go back to the trail. Like, just go on back. Like, that's what it usually is. Like, they're going, and I just kind of get, like, you give them a touch, and they return to the trail. It's like all very silent. It's all very, very, just kind of nuanced. And that's what these things can build up to be. There's been 12 weeks of this. You have lists now. You have so much now. You've made contracts and agreements and have, 12 times, let's see, 12 times 7 is 84, and 84 times 3, you've already written 252 pages of journal. You've already journaled 252 pages. That's a lot of writing. That's a lot of stuff that you've, hashed out of your brain. And like, I would say that it's important for you to keep going, like to keep writing and to keep feeling into that. So, everybody, This is Ian Kadanak. We're concluding week 11. I want to say that I love you and I'm happy that you've made it this far. If you've made it through this video, like, you are a true fan, and like, leave a comment, send me a message on the contact form on consciousriderstribe.com. Hit me up on Instagram. Like, thank you for being here. Like, thank you so much. You have no idea how important and nice this is that like we could share this moment, because I feel that energy right now. I feel, especially with this video, that like we are connecting and that we can make a huge difference in the world. So I will see you guys later. Peace out. What's up to all my conscious artists out there? It's your boy, Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, here today to present to you, yes you, that beautiful conscious artist who's watching that can change the world, for the final time, my deep dive into Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. And it has taken us a while to get here. It's been 15 months since I started this series, and we are here. But this journey has been incredible. I have experienced a ton of spiritual recovery, and I hope that I've helped you. If you have enjoyed this, please hit the subscribe button. Please tune into the channel. As I've been saying the last couple weeks, this Conscious Writers Tribe is a place for spiritual and creative recovery. There are going to be so many courses and so many opportunities for you to share your work or share your thoughts on these authors. And I would encourage you to hit me up if you have anything to share that you think is conscious and that can change the world. So let's hop right into this for the last time, everybody. Week number 12 is recovering a sense of faith. And let's start off with the quote. I don't think that many other chapters start off with the quote. Adventures don't begin until you get into the forest. The first step is an act of faith. And this is by Mickey Hart, a Grateful Dead drummer. And you know, gotta respect the Grateful Dead, everybody. Shout out Grateful Dead, one of the greatest bands of all time. But faith is a weird word, and faith is a hijacked word. And that's why it's interesting she chose to use this word, because we think of faith because, once again, the Christian programming, you gotta have faith. Well, I don't know why my God it doesn't exist. Well, I just have faith. That's what it's about. It's about having faith. You know, you got the fucking redneck Republicans out there. Faith has been hijacked. But faith is important because there has to be faith in ourselves. There has to be faith in the system and the group and what you're doing in this whole project. You can change the world. And I am going to sit here for the next couple minutes and tell you why you can change the world. Because if you have made it this far, if you are putting yourself in these types of situations where you spend 12 weeks writing 3 pages a day and taking artist dates and doing journaling, I think we calculated last time that it's like 200 and something pages, 250 pages if you did 3 pages a day for 12 weeks that you've written. If you can do that, then you can do whatever you want. And one artist can change the world. One artist can change millions of lives in an instant with what they can do. And you don't need a publishing house. You don't need anything. You just need to start, and your community will find you. You need to use so much deliberate force that it will happen. This is your life. This is your artistic journey. And if you don't do it, it might not be. You might be the one. We don't know if you're the one yet. But if you are, we might get. The world could end up in enslavement. Like, let's be honest. With AI and nuclear weapons, there's a lot that could go wrong. And, well, it won't go wrong. But it sure as hell could go wrong, because the logical scientism types are taking over the world. AI can eliminate almost all of our jobs. It can wreck the economy. There's a million different fear-mongering type things that could happen. But don't even worry about those, because we can bypass all of that. We don't need to worry about all of that, because all of us have a role. All of us have a part. And focusing on that drains your energy, drains what you're supposed to be doing. But you, yes you, that beautiful conscious artist watching right now, can start this process. And like I said earlier in the video, whatever I can do to help, I will try. But please continue. If there's one thing to take away from this series and this book, is just keep going. Continue on. Try to stay consistent. Keep moving. Don't be afraid to publish. Don't be afraid to take
and go all the way. Because if you don't go all the way, it's like, I heard this analogy the other day. Well, actually, that's not a very good analogy. But life happens in the extremes, everybody. And as Julie starts to talk about, creativity begins in the darkness. Our creativity was made there. We were in the womb. We were born in darkness. We were shaped by the darkness. We were molded by the darkness. Everything within us has that component to it, but we want to avoid that. We want to avoid the long hours sitting down. We want to avoid everything. The whoosh and the creativity, because it's hard, and it's hard to sit there, and it's hard to sit there and do the work, everybody. But we can do it, and I know you can do it. But it starts, once again, with us standing up and becoming great and feeling great about ourselves. In that darkness, in this creative darkness, is a playful place. It's where you don't push. When you're in the darkness, you don't push around. You feel, you see with a different type of sight. You start using different types of senses, and you start to doodle. You start to mess around with your art. And that's the main thing that Julia talks about in this section is learning to play. And I've tried to held off on this, but we've talked about it a bit already, is that learning to play and learning not to be so serious and to take some chances is so important, everybody. I understand that you're maybe you're trying to impress your parents, that no one believes in you, that, you know, you're stuck out there and it's hard to make money in your eyes, that there's all these things that you can't, quote unquote, do. But stop dumping your creative willpower into trying to make a hit for the market, a hit for a company, a hit for whatever, a hit for people around you. Make a hit for yourself. If you are doing things that you enjoy and you do them over a course of a couple decades, you will get good, especially if you have a few critical people around you who can guide you in the right direction if some of your content is off. If you have a few mentors around you, you can do whatever you want. You could be the greatest artist of all time, or you could just be an artist, like I said, that lays the groundwork. Because if you're an artist, let's say you're just a hobby artist and you write a couple books or you paint a couple things, you have a couple galleries. The person is the one, and when I mean the one like a Vincent van Gogh, like if J.K. Rowling actually wrote good books, like if J.K. Rowling wrote a book that could change the world, like that level of fame in terms of a writer, that person, that prolific artist, like what Kanye West could be, like if he wasn't a fucking joke. That type of person, you might be the one that inspires them. Like in jiu-jitsu, right? My jiu-jitsu coach, my jiu-jitsu coach, he inspired one of the best people in jiu-jitsu right now. Back when he was competing in like the mid 2000s, this kid was like a teenager, and he said, I followed all of your moves. I followed all of your matches, and like without you, none of this would have happened. And this guy was just doing his own thing. He was trying hard and trying to be the best, and he didn't become the best. I think he maybe took like third in the world or something. He like took third at the world championships. Not the best, wasn't on top very long, retired early. But he was an integral part to the person who is the best now. And without him, that would have never happened. And that's just one instance. And you see that all the time. I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for Cormac McCarthy or Robert Bly. I would not be where the man I am now. I would not be the artist I am now. And if they didn't lay that groundwork, and even smaller artists, I mean, those people are huge, but like smaller people, like a lot of smaller poets, I've read around town, and people who I know, like there's I can't have the book. I don't. Let's see. I'm gonna do a little research. Let's shout out. Sonoran Strange. There's a book out there, everybody, called Sonoran Strange by Logan Phillips. And it's a random book I saw on the shelf at UNLV library, my old university's library, and it literally changed my perspective on eco-poetry and the direction of my poetry. I doubt that more than a couple hundred people have ever read that book. But that guy, if I am the one, if I do change millions of people's lives, he will be to thank. Like that will be a huge part of that journey. And that's one guy doing one thing in a random place that I don't know, and I don't know what he did to make that happen. But he probably did a form of spiritual recovery to make that happen. So
don't be hiding away from these moments, from these experiences, because we can do it. We can make this happen. So stop trying to push. Learn to doodle. Learn to have some fun. Don't dump your power into these random things. Julie talks about one of her favorite things to assign to people is gardening. And that's funny. I think that just getting outside in general and being outside is very important. That just putting your hands on the earth. If you're not gardening, walking around in bare feet. And if you live in the snow, then that's kind of unfortunate. But maybe take a vacation to Florida or somewhere tropical and refresh yourself, because like having to live those cold lifestyles without exposure to the earth can really be hard. But if you can't do that, try to get it in when you can. So the other part that gets talked about is escaping creative velocity. And this is the final part. And creative velocity, I think what she's trying to say here, and this is my interpretation, but I think I'm gonna take this in my own way, is that there's two types of creative velocity, that we can be creative and she's saying escape velocity. So it's by escaping velocity, it's turbulence. It's things like the crazy makers, things that get you out of your zone, things that ruin that flow. You have to escape from that. And she uses something called the wet blanket test, that for the wet blankets, wrap yourself in something else, dry ones. Fluffy heated towels. Do not enjoy any or tolerate anyone who throws cold water in your direction. So she's saying wet blankets, people that hold you down, people that hold you back from getting what you need to done, people that hold you back from putting in that work. Because if you have to put in that work, if you are the one, if you have to spend 8 or 10 hours a day, then you're going to have to do that. And if people aren't going to be able to support that, then they're holding you back from helping and changing millions of people's lives. That's what's at stake here. One person or a couple of these people in your life that are causing all this turbulence and all this craziness are preventing you from helping millions of people and also helping yourself with your spiritual recovery. And is that worth it? Is that worth it? And she says, look at all the people in your life and ask yourself, who is doing that? Who's making it shake? Who's actually helping you do more? Like, you want to be doing more and then taking meaningful rest periods, being able to take rest and then just do more work. Because a lot of us do a lot of random things but aren't doing enough real work. How much hours do you spend doing random things throughout the day compared to what you're actually doing? So it's like work and rest and, socialize, then sleep. Like, that's it. And, and work out, enjoy yourself. But there's only a few different compartments and everything else needs to go. Everything else is just a waste of time and a waste of space. So don't worry about what's going to happen, because you will make an impact. Don't worry about one person's emotions when you can help millions of people's emotions get better, and then they can go help millions of people. This cycle never ends, but it can stop with one person. One person can stop you. One thing can stop you, everybody. That's the message. This is the last part of the book. That's what she said. This is literally the last thing she says, is that one person can stop this. A couple people can stop you from changing the world. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people all could hinge on a couple people in your life and them being butthurt about you doing more work, or like leaving them because they just can't live with you in that capacity. And like I said, if you are not the one that's going to help billions, you could lay the groundwork for the person who is. Or you could be an inspiration for the next person that's going to lay the groundwork. There's so many different ways. You could just help create the culture that promotes that, just a person along the path. That is just another person trying. And the more people who try and the more open it is, the better. And even if you only affect a couple thousand people in your life with this, those are a couple more thousand more people who will be more open, and then spread that openness. But like I said, 99.9% of people will never release something creative in their life. They'll never publish something that's like a magnum opus. That's an actual, almost fell over there. That's an actual creative piece of work. So they don't count. They really haven't done anything. They've affected maybe a couple people. They've helped continue the cycle of capitalism. They've helped maybe promote a certain culture and made a few people feel good. But you have the opportunity with your art to make yourself feel good and heal your own trauma and heal the trauma of billions of people. Like, I swear that if you're doing this and you continue for decades, that you could be the person that helps billions of people. So, everybody, that is the conclusion of this series, everybody. Thank you for being along on this journey with me. Thank you for being here. I think some of the core, closing the book, some of the core, look at this book. This book has been destroyed. Like, this is going to go in the trash soon. I'm going to have to get a new copy. I've gone through this like 2 or 3 times, like whatever, not the best binding of all time. But the main lessons I think we've learned are consistency, doing something in the morning pages, taking time for yourself once a week to do an artist date, doing an artist date once a week, doing something for yourself once a week because you need to nurture yourself. You need to do something for yourself because if you don't, then what are you doing? Like, who are you doing stuff for? You need to do something deliberate out of your own house for yourself once a week. You need to sometimes do deprivation of information. There's an reading deprivation. There's an inflow and there's an outflow of information. And sometimes you need to do that. You can't be around people who are slowing you down. You need people who are speeding you up, who want you to speed up and do more, but who don't want you to maybe to be a workaholic, but who want you to have that time, to have that space, because art is healing. You spending time doing art is you healing yourself and becoming a better person. So people who don't want that for you don't want you to heal. They want you to stay stagnant. They want this ship to not sail because they haven't made that ship sail for them. What are some other of the main lessons? Understanding empathy and connection with other people, like understanding how to empathize with the world will help you be a better artist. Get your life in order. The more you have your life in order, the better artist you'll be. We talked about that with Chekhov maybe in week 5, week 6. Get your life in order. Do things that are fun to you. Do things that you don't think that you can do, that are taboo. Do random things. There's been so many lists you've made. We've probably made 50 lists during this course. I haven't kept count, but 50 lists in my estimations have been made during all the tasks that have been done during all these weeks. Do some of the things on those lists. Go do some of those things and your life will be a lot better. So, everybody, this is Ian Kadanak, aka the Renegade Writer from ConsciousWritersTribe.com, signing off. Subscribe to the channel and keep doing the work. The end of this book, the end of The Artist's Way, it's not the end. The morning pages, the artist day, all these things can be replaced. Sometimes I replace the morning pages with meditation or a walk. There's a lot of different things that you can do, but you just have to keep doing something instead of doing nothing. So you can do this. I will see you guys later.